But most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock on Sunday the 7th of June. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Ellie.
We are live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, your radio and online. So wherever you are and whatever you're up to, you can take us with you today.
Here's what you're waking up to this morning. After months of legal battles, Archie Battersby has passed away in hospital. His family say what they have gone through is barbaric.
There is absolutely nothing dignified about watching a family member or a child suffocate. No family should ever have to go through what we've been through. It's barbaric.
Well, we'll hear reactions from doctors and grief specialists throughout the programme this morning. Also coming up.
Rishi Sunak has promised to crack down on university degrees that do not improve students' earning potential as he attempts to reignite support for his leadership bid. The latest polls of Tory members continue to have Liz Truss ahead of Sunak by over 38 points.
And energy bills could be crippling for the most vulnerable this winter as the price cap is thought to rise to about £3,700 for the average user. Some people may have to turn to debt to pay their bills. Experts say the future is uncertain.
The hope is that the real crunch of this won't last too long and then people can start to get back on their feet. But obviously, a lot of that remains to be seen and depends on so many different factors, from what the government does, who the new Prime Minister is, what policies they announce, to what the Bank of England does next.
Well, as ever, you can join in any of our discussions today by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at gbnews.
Well, we start this morning with the news that 12-year-old Archie Battersby has now died following doctors removing life support. His mother, Holly Dance, has been at the centre of legal bids in an attempt to keep him on the life support against the advice of doctors, including bringing his case to the European Court of Human Rights.
Well, following her son's passing, Miss Dance said, "It's with my deepest sympathy and sadness to tell you that Archie passed away at 12:15 today. He fought right until the end, and I am so proud to be his mum.
Well, it's the most unimaginable situation, isn't it, for the vast majority of us, a situation nobody would want to find themselves in. But once you reach that point and where the family is now, how do you even begin to cope? Let's see if we can get some answers. We can talk to Linda Magistris, who's the CEO and founder of the Good Grief Trust, a charity which specialises in supporting grieving families. It's really good to see you this morning. I mean, you must deal with people who, like Holly Dance and her family, are in the most awful of situations. How do you even begin to offer them any sort of lifeline here?
Good morning. Yes, it's incredibly tragic, and it's been all over the news. And this story, not only for this really, really awful situation for the family, but it was also for the general public, because many people will be affected by the loss of Archie. It will trigger memories and emotions in so many people who perhaps have been grieving either recently or many, many years ago. So what we want to do is to, first of all, let people know that there is help and that there is hope. Under the Good Grief Trust, we have hundreds and hundreds of tailored support services. And we know that grief is completely unique. It's like our DNA. It depends on the relationship that we've had with that person. And we don't know, nobody knows, until you've had that bereavement, how it's going to affect you personally. So please do, first of all, reach out to a charity like the Good Grief Trust so that we can find you support very early on, because we know that early signposting to tailor support is absolutely key. And we want to let this family know, and anyone who's been affected by this story, that there is support out there when you need it.
I mean, Linda, it is just so sad for absolutely everybody involved in this story. It is the death of a 12-year-old boy that we're talking about here. But in this case specifically, the mother fought two legal battles, the family fought two legal battles, one about not switching off his life support, and then the second one about moving him to a hospice. So it was only really in the past few days where Holly Dance, Archie Battersby's mother, started to actually accept that he would die. How difficult is that on the grief journey to be what some people would describe in denial, fighting for him to stay alive for so long, and only really in the last 2 days did she actually think that he might die? It's happened quite quickly for her.
It certainly has. And sadly, no matter how a person dies, a child, an adult, it's always incredibly traumatic. And there is no hierarchy with grief. Sadly, Archie's mother has been nursing him and looking after him, and the hospital themselves have been through that incredibly difficult time. And we don't know that after, obviously, sadly, Archie's died, how it's going to affect Archie's mother, her friends, colleagues, family members, and the wider network, as well as those health professionals. And even through sudden death, it's incredibly difficult. We can't accept it. The shock can last for years, not just months. There is no timeline for grief. So if you've been nursing somebody through a terminal illness or a life-limiting condition, it can have so many different effects on you personally, on your health, on so many aspects. But please, as I say, please know that you have to take it step by step, very, very slowly steps going forward, because grief is with you forever. As I said, there is no timeline, and we want people to know that please just take it easy and try and reach out for support if you can, as early as you can.
You mentioned the health professionals. I mean, they're used to dealing with death, which is going to be beneficial in some respects. The difference in this case is that whether there is intrinsically some criticism of them in the way the legal process that has been gone through here. So clearly, the family believe that the health professionals were not doing all that they could do. So how do they deal with this, knowing as health professionals do that they were trying to do the best for this child, but knowing there is criticism and unhappiness within what they have done from the family?
Well, hopefully, and I'm sure this is the case, that those nurses and doctors, palliative care, end-of-life teams will be sitting down with that family and will be going through the process. What happened? How did it happen? Why did it happen? That's the best care that we can possibly give. We work very closely with NHS Trust, the Good Grief Trust, have a card, a condolence card that is given to the family at the moment of death, and it signposts them to help. And hopefully, and I'm sure this is what's happening, is that team will be sitting down with the family and trying to unpick any issues that they have. Clearly, there have been so much trauma around the death of Archie. And there are many other families across the country who may feel very similar feelings and feelings of guilt and that burden. And it needs to be unraveled by the health professionals holding the hand of that family very carefully and very gently. And it will take a long time. It really will, because the shock and the trauma of grief is happening today, but it will happen next week. It will happen after the funeral and possibly many months and even years ahead. But we're sure that those health professionals will do the utmost they possibly can. Yes, they do deal with grief and loss every day, but as I said, it's completely unique to that family. And I really hope that Archie's family will be supported, and I'm sure they will be.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Can we just take it away from this case? Because I was just struck by the fact you talked about people who, are sort of on a long decline, if you like, where death is expected. And that may well apply to people who are watching or listening right now. There can be, in some cases, almost a sense of relief at someone's passing, can't there, that suffering has ended. And yet, with that, for those left behind, also a sense of guilt that they're feeling relief. I mean, that's a very difficult situation, isn't it?
Grief is fraught with a myriad of emotions, and it's incredibly complicated. And as I said, you won't know how you feel until it happens to you. You may have the police knock on your door with a sudden death, or it may be sitting alongside somebody who has a terminal illness for months ahead, and just thinking and wondering and being so anxious and so concerned about what is going to happen. But as I say, we don't know until the time of the death how it is going to affect you. Yes, you can feel relief, but again, exactly what you're saying, you can feel the burden. But there can be joy. There can be joy. Grief brings so many complicated emotions. And please, whatever you do, whatever you're feeling is right for you. There is no judgment with grief. As we say at the Good Grief Trust, it's completely up to you how you grieve. Sadly, there are many assumptions around grief. If somebody's laughing and they're joking, that perhaps they're over it. We don't get over grief. We move forward and we take those people with us in our hearts. So as I say, please do look on the Good Grief Trust. Look at all these incredible charities and support services, the helplines, the videos. Whatever is right for you is right for you. And please reach out and try and find a way through to navigate this grief, because it is incredibly painful. And actually, post-COVID, we've now learnt, thankfully, it's probably the only thing that COVID's brought a light on, is the importance of reaching out to people who are grieving, who have had a bereavement today, tomorrow, and ongoing.
Linda, it's really good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. And if, as Linda says, if you are affected by grief at the moment, or just reminded of your grief, then do reach out. A group like hers, clearly can then signpost you, point you in the direction of other charities that can help directly with you. So, don't suffer in silence with that. No,
absolutely not. And her website, if you did miss that, is the Good Grief Trust. If you did want to get support on there. And I didn't get a chance to say to Linda there, but Holly Dance, Archie Battersby's mother, did say she's going to need so much therapy after this because she's spent so long fighting now, which she wanted to do, to feel like she'd done everything she could, but she has put her mental health and her grief last on the list. So I think now the grief will begin for her, and it's going to be a very, very difficult journey, as Linda was just outlining there. It's very, very, very tragic news, just awful.
Well, let's bring you up to date with what else is going on today at 12 minutes past 6. And Rishi Sunak has criticised Liz Truss, describing her planned tax cuts as starry-eyed boosterism. Speaking in The Times, the former Chancellor said putting borrowed money into the economy risks making inflation worse. Liz Truss says she'll use the September emergency budget to immediately cut taxes.
A new report commissioned by Gordon Brown says government support for low-income households will not cover the rising cost of living. It's expected some families will be up to £1,600 worse off a year. The former Prime Minister is demanding an emergency budget before a financial time bomb in October.
The Environment Secretary is urging water companies to ban the use of hose pipes as forecasters predict dry weather for most of the UK next week. George Eustice says some firms have rightly taken action to lessen the effects of the predicted drought in August and is encouraging others to do the same.
An 11-year-old girl has died after going missing at a water park in Windsor. Members of the public joined emergency services in the search at Liquid Leisure yesterday afternoon before she was rushed to Wexham Park Hospital. Her death is being treated as unexplained and an investigation is underway.
Well, amongst other things, Rishi Sunak has set out his vision for the future of education as he promised to cancel university degrees that do not improve students' earning potential. He also promised to set up a Russell Group of technical colleges. Now, the Russell Group is sort of some of the top universities, so he wants to do that with technical colleges to focus on teaching practical skills for the UK's stagnant industrial sector.
Well, currently, Liz Truss' lead over her rival has grown in the latest YouGov polls, with the Foreign Secretary currently holding 69% of the headline vote to Sunak's 31%.
Oh, it's a huge gap. Let's talk to political commentator Lettice Bromovsky. Good to see you this morning, Lettice. What do you make of all of this? All these new ideas being pulled out of the hat from Rishi Sunak. I mean, it almost seems like he's just sort of saying anything to try and win over a few last-minute votes, knowing he doesn't stand much of a chance.
Yeah, I think that's very important here that Rishi, going forward as a kind of learning for him, he's kind of lost this debate on the economy side, and he's clearly trying to make up some of that ground by taking on these new kind of cultural ideas. One thing that I think is very important from last week, we saw in one of the hustings where Liz got actually interrupted. It gave her this great opportunity to kind of showcase herself as a leader, push herself kind of into the forefront. She pivoted off that interruptions from the activist, and it allowed her to sort of showcase herself in a different kind of light. Whereas Rishi, some would say, unfortunately, didn't get this opportunity. And instead, when he was kind of talking, kind of attacking Liz's policies, it very clearly fell on rather deaf ears. And from that GBNews exclusive that we saw yesterday, he's attacking these cultural issues. And I think going forward into the next week, this is going to be the forefront of the Team Sunak campaign. And this is what we're going to be looking at.
Lettice, is this popular with Tory party members? Because they ultimately are the ones that have the vote at the moment. This isn't a public vote. This isn't a general election. We know that the Tory party members are generally older. They live in the southeast. They are wealthy. How much do they care about higher education and about people that are starting out on degrees?
I mean, hopefully everyone sort of cares about education going forward. I think that obviously this isn't his kind of only front-running campaign. He is still proposing those tax cuts just later on. He's still proposing other policies on things like housing. I think this is an important campaign, really. Education should be seen as kind of an important thing for many people. And quite frankly, I do agree with him in the sense that there are a lot of people generally these days go to university because they think that you should go to university or you need to go to university. And actually, at the end of the day, you come out with a massive amount of debt, around about 50,000 per person. And, that's a lot to deal with. I think if you instead go to apprentice schemes or other things that are set up, that might be a better place to start. I mean, one thing that I know that I would be looking for is somehow decrease the interest that we're seeing on our student debt at the moment. It's around about sort of 5% at the moment each year. As soon as you come out of university, it's a lot to be dealing with.
It certainly is. But Lettice, we're going to leave it there. Thanks very much indeed for talking to us this morning.
Well, there's lots more to come, including all of your news and views. We do love to hear from you, so please get involved. And we need some light today, don't we? Lots of
we do.
heavy news.
There's lots of very, very sad news about sad headlines today. So let's have something to cheer us up, should we? Something to look forward to. Summer holidays, nice. We've got lovely weather coming. Bad news if you're going to get a hosepipe ban, which George Eustace is wanting everyone to have a hosepipe ban. So it would seem, even if you're sort of up north and it's chucking it down this morning. But what are you going to do? Barbecue weather for those of us
enjoying the
who've got
sunshine. Is it going to be good today? Good weather? I think we're about to find out, actually. But
yeah, down here I think it's all right.
Yeah.
But yes. Well, I don't know the details, so let's give you the details. Don't go anywhere.
looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking sunny for many, although some rain will affect parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland. Let's take a look at the details.
There'll be hardly a cloud in the sky across southwest England, light winds, so it feels warm. Some relief from the warmth can be found on the coasts.
Southeast England and East Anglia may see some cloud bubble up around lunchtime, but it will still be warm with temperatures already into the low 20s.
Now, on to Wales. May see a little bit of cloud for many, but it's going to be dry. Some sunny at lunchtime. Temperatures in Cardiff should hit about 20 Celsius.
The dry spell will also be continuing across the Midlands with a mix of sunny spells and a little cloud bubbling up there too. Temperatures in Birmingham will be about 19 Celsius at lunchtime.
Now, Northern England is going to see a fair bit of cloud this lunchtime, and the cloud may just be thick enough for the odd spot of rain in the far north.
The most persistent rain, though, will once again be across parts of Scotland. However, eastern parts may be largely sheltered from the rain, with some sunshine developing.
Now, a little bit of rain may also affect the north coast of Northern Ireland, but elsewhere it's going to be pretty dry, although, as you can see, often quite cloudy today.
OK, heading towards the evening, we'll see some little change with the sunnier skies across the south, and that is how the weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We're trying to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
This is Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie. At 6:22, we were talking about grief a little bit earlier on. Lee in Salford has been in touch. Oh, Lee. I sort of think, Lee, you should reach out to the Grief Trust, actually, and just talk this through, because it's awful. He said, I didn't visit my mother at her home for one night, missed one night, and that night she had a stroke and died, and I found her in the morning. And for more than 25 years, I blame myself for missing one night. I know I'll take that blame to my grave. And you know what, Lee, you really shouldn't.
Really shouldn't. You're so dedicated to your mother to be there, you know, every single night anyway.
Yeah.
And she won't blame you for that at all. She'll be so
No,
grateful
sure.
that she had you. So it's the Good Grief Trust who we were speaking to earlier, and they sounded fantastic. So perhaps, Lee, you should get in contact with them, because you certainly shouldn't be feeling any sense of blame.
No,
But it's touching upon, isn't it, how Holly Dance is feeling Archie Battersby's mother. It is that feeling of wanting to know that you did everything you could, and there is that guilt with grief, isn't there, that you feel like you feel like you did everything you could for your loved one. And Jane has been in touch. Good morning to you, Jane. She says, I've been spending more time with my mum since she turned 60. People getting older do need a bit more care and company.
I would agree. But mind you, 60's not old now.
No.
60's not old. Do you know what I was listening to yesterday on the drive home?
What were you listening to?
Because I had, they were doing a replay, and I'm not particularly a fan, Steptoe and Son. It was on the plane on the radio. An old Steptoe. You probably don't know it, do you? No.
It's another reference.
Old Steptoe in that, and he's a right crotchety old man, rag and bone, right, and very old. It was all that, and he's been put into a home in this episode yesterday. And he said, you know, I know I'm an old man. I'm 65.
Oh, no.
65.
It's
middle-aged now.
I know. It has changed, though, because my granny's gotten a bit funny about turning 90 now. All in her head, she's great. She's on her feet and she's walking around and going to shops and going to the church and everything. But she's just got it in her head that she's old now and she has to be an old lady and she has to sit in her chair. And I went up to see her last weekend. I was like, get up. We're going shopping. We're going for lunch. She was like, I can't. I'm an old lady now. And I was like, no, you're coming. We had the best day.
Yeah.
All in the mind. Age is just a number.
It is just a number. It is. But there you go. I just thought it was really interesting. My parents are in the sort of mid-70s now, and they're, honestly,
they're in good form.
They're having a whale of a time.
Yeah, it's changed a lot.
Absolute whale of a time.
You get a bus pass after 60 now, can't you? Which is, it just strikes me as so young.
It is very young now. I think that's one thing which should change. That'd save a bit of money.
Yeah, yeah.
Cost of living crisis going on.
Yeah.
Anyway, gbviews@gbnews.uk. Get in touch. Would love to hear from you.
Yes, and let us know what you're doing today as well. We've just told you it's going to be sunshine, so you should have lots of nice plans.
Oh yes,
What are
you
doing?
need some help.
Yes, I need some help, please. I'm going to a barbecue this afternoon. Obviously, I'm here now. I'd like to have a nap, so I need something really easy that I can take to the barbecue so I don't come in empty-handed, because that's the worst thing you can do at a
Pack
barbecue.
of sausages.
No, I feel like I have to make something.
Really?
Simple, though, simple. You know, to bring a dish. So if anyone's got any ideas of something I can knock up quickly that doesn't make me look rude.
You could knock up a
tabbouleh, they're telling me in my ear. Well, that's not a bad idea.
Tabbouleh? I don't know what tabbouleh is.
It's a dip, isn't it?
Tabbouleh? I don't know idea.
Oh, it's not a dip, I'm being told. We're going to clarify that. But yeah, any tips, please? I'd really appreciate that.
So you could make a quick salad. They're very easy, but of course
it's
nobody
boring.
will eat it.
I want it to be a crowd pleaser as well.
Oh, you know what you should do? Go and get 3 or 4 packets of Angel Delight and make a big pot of Angel Delight.
Go retro.
What's not to love about that?
That's a good point, actually.
That'd be a hit.
But yeah, any tips for some easy things I can knock up this afternoon?
Yeah.
To take to a barbecue, do let me know. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, the cost of living crisis is continuing to threaten millions of people in Britain, particularly the vulnerable, of course. It depends how you class vulnerable now. It could affect... That could
so many people.
be so many people. Campaigners are warning the government that their current plans are not enough to prevent a disaster this coming winter.
The Child Poverty Action Group has said that the new Prime Minister will need to double living support available for the poorest families from 15 billion to 30 billion.
Of course, a lot of this is down to our energy bills at home. So what can we do? Let's talk to Senior Research Fellow at the Centre for Energy Policy and Technology at Imperial College, Malcolm Grinston, who's here. Good to see you, Malcolm. Look, one thing which is gaining momentum now is people saying, we're just not going to pay our bills.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand that. Since the last budget, it's clear that power bills are going to be something like £500 higher than the government was assuming at the time with that group of packages. And it really is a time bomb. We could be looking at half of the country in energy poverty, which is defined as more than 1/10 of your income going on energy. It'll swallow up something like 1/3 of the normal pension. I mean, this is totally unprecedented in recent times, or probably ever. Whether I'm very sceptical as to whether actually refusing to pay bills is the right thing to do, because that doesn't reduce our costs as a country. It simply shifts the cost elsewhere, and it also makes the UK much less attractive for countries to export energy to, because we depend on energy imports. If people feel they're not going to get paid for it when they do send the energy into here. And if that added further shortages to the current crisis, then that would have ongoing devastating effect on bills. But really, I'm sure government is thinking about this, but it's going to have to really rethink where it was just a few months ago. Because, of course, at the moment, we're not got our central heating on, we're not using all that much energy. The double whammy of an extra £500 on the average bill at a time when we're starting to have to use a lot more energy at home is really quite worrying.
I mean, the reality is, though, Malcolm, is certainly come October, there are going to be people who just simply cannot pay their bills. It's not because, they want to make some sort of statement or they want to boycott, it's because they just can't. So with this kind of campaign building momentum, it's called Don't Pay UK, and it is building momentum online. For people who can't pay their bills, perhaps what would the best thing to do be? Would they contact their energy supplier and ask?
Yes, that's right. And energy companies are aware. I mean, in any situation, there are some people who have trouble paying their bills. And energy companies do have a variety of approaches towards that. But frankly, because this is unprecedented, we're going to have to watch very carefully what the government and the new Prime Minister chooses to do about this, because that could be the breaking point around this. And if you did get a mass campaign of people feeling the government isn't helping us enough through this, what should be a shortish term crisis, I think we're probably looking at 2 years of this, but not, the nature of energy prices, they go up, you get more investment, that brings the prices down eventually. So it's a measure that is probably not going to be needed for 5 years, let's say, but it is certainly going to be needed this year, and the ball is definitely in the government's court.
Well, that's interesting. You said the prices go up, there's more investment, it brings the prices down again. The profits being made by, and not the energy providers that we have, but the energy suppliers are absolutely astronomical at the moment. Is there any incentive for them with this level of problem to say we are going to reduce, we're going to ignore the market economy, we are going to reduce the unit energy?
Well, funnily enough, if you actually look at what's happened to the gas price over the last few months, it did come down to about a third of the real peak that it was at just after the Ukraine invasion. It's gone back up recently since Russia restricted the gas through the Nord Stream pipeline. It's gone up towards the levels that it was there, but it's a very volatile situation. The nature of this thing is that markets tend to overreact to things and then things settle down. And we may see that there's the beginnings of a hint of stabilisation at lower prices, at lower cost than we were looking at not so long ago. But it's certainly the case. I mean, you can't just look at a single year with something like an energy company where they're making investments over a 30 or 40-year period. For many years, energy has really been a very dirty word in investments. For example, there's a lot of concern on Centrica around British Gas giving a dividend this year. But that's the first dividend they've given since 2020 because they just weren't making money. And you can't really, with something where you rely on these companies at certain points having enough money to invest in the next generation of equipment, you can't just look at the years when they are making the money they do that. You have to take the whole cycle. And for a long time, energy just hasn't been a good investment. And the real danger actually through this is that we get the worst of both worlds. We both get the very high price period, but companies are afraid of investing because they think government's going to take the money away from them as soon as it starts paying off. And so you end up with the money going to shareholders rather than being reinvested. And we get the worst of both worlds. We've got to be very careful about intervention at just one point in the cycle when companies are making money and ignoring all of the periods where they're not.
Right.
We heard yesterday about the energy price cap being updated now every 3 months rather than every 6 months. What would the benefit in that be, especially in the short term when prices we know are going to go up astronomically in October? They're not coming down quickly anytime soon. So then we're looking at January, which will be astronomically high again. Doesn't it mean it's just going to hit the poorer quickest and more frequently?
Well, I mean, the price cap for first takes the assumption that the market doesn't work. If you had a working market where people shopped around, then naturally the prices would be at the level where they're best for both sides. In other words, enough profit for the producer, but not so much profit that people would move to a different producer. And we've seen, because of the price cap, an awful lot of energy suppliers went bust because they couldn't charge as much money as they were having to pay for the electricity they were passing on to their consumers. So on the one hand, if you have very high prices, the cap doesn't really work because it just forces companies out of business. And if the prices come down and companies still have this high price cap in place, then they can charge more than would be the case. So you can see with 3 months that if there's a period when, like actually much of the last 3 months, when the wholesale price has been coming down, you could actually reduce the price cap more rapidly than if you were having to wait for 6 months. And when things are going in the other direction, it would be more flexible and you get fewer companies running into desperate problems. It doesn't do anybody any good for large numbers of electricity suppliers to go bust because it's disruptive, it wastes a huge amount of resource, and you then have people moving on to other companies who can't be expected to stick to a deal that was made with a different company. So you don't want a market where artificially companies are being driven out of business. And so I think there is certainly at the moment, and broadly speaking, the price cap hasn't really mattered in the past because it was at a level where most companies were able to supply under the price cap, certainly if people were taking 1 year or 2 year deals. And in a functioning market, price caps aren't usually all that important. They stop anybody really taking the mickey, but most companies don't because they're afraid of losing customers to other suppliers. It's only when you have crisis situations like this that the price cap becomes relevant. And in those situations, changing it more rapidly probably makes a great deal of sense.
OK. Malcolm, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
There, you see, that shines a light on it a little bit. And it shows that you have to take a longer view with these sort of things.
Yes.
Which is but easier said than done if you're struggling to pay the bills.
And it must be such a worry for people as well. I mean, as Malcolm was saying, we're in August now, we're not using our heating, but it's all still to come. So it is a great concern. It's good that we keep talking about it, and hopefully a new Prime Minister comes up with some solutions.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed on that one. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take you through the papers in a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
6:36, welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the papers now with Marianne Okocha and Tom Slater shortly, and Ada McGee will bring you all of the sports stories. That's at 7:20.
Yeah, so do get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Especially get in touch if you're like Alex, who says, Ellie, you look gorgeous in that dress. That is a show. That is a showstopper.
It's a Sunday. I thought I'd
to
pull out all the stops.
Stephen as handsome as ever.
Oh.
I'll take that.
He's so smartly dressed all the time.
Try, look,
I have to keep up with
I've got
you.
a three-piecer on today.
Do you?
Yeah, but the trouble is
yes,
it
you
keeps
do.
pulling me tie a little bit wonky.
You look lovely.
If you're on the radio, you don't know what you're missing.
Don't know what you're missing.
There you go.
We'll show a photo later.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
anyway, get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Should we have a look at the front pages for you? We'll start with the Sunday Times. It leads with a young mother jailed in England for 2.5 years for having an abortion. And also it looks at Rishi Sunak's multi-billion-pound package promise to ease the cost of living crisis.
The Observer leads with former PM Gordon Brown's warning that the Tory government and Boris Johnson need to sign off on an emergency budget to combat the cost of living.
Interestingly, Liz Truss has said she's going to have, if she gets in, she'll have an emergency budget in September. The Sunday Express leads with the GB News exclusive interview with Rishi Sunak. He promised to jail child groomers for life.
And the Daily Mirror home in on the NSPCC's alert over TikTok perverts targeting schoolgirls being paid for wearing their school uniform. That's a bit of a worry, isn't it?
Weird people about.
They are.
OK, let's go through those papers in a bit more detail with the anthropologist, that woman off of Time Team, Mariana Hotter.
Hello.
And Tom Slater, editor of Spikes. Good to see you both this morning.
And other things since 2012.
Yeah, but Time Team was brilliant. I used to love that show.
I thought I recognised you from somewhere.
Classic.
You're a legend.
Other things such as Mystic Britain or, Ancient Impossible or...
Wow, you've been busy.
GB News.
Yeah.
GB News.
Great.
Oh, you don't pull a face at that. This is the highlight of your career, Marianne, I'm telling you. Let's have a look at the Sun on Sunday, Marianne, an airport coffee. Because when you head to the airport, well, you either want a coffee or a lager, depending on who you are.
Or your fry-up, obviously.
Well, I don't know if it's... I don't know if you're the same, but I have this kind of little thing where I have like a ritual when I go to the airport because it's exciting, especially when we haven't done it for 2 years.
Yeah. What is this ritual?
Well, the ritual is you're allowed to go and get yourself a nice sandwich and, have a coffee and all, buy a magazine if you want. All those things that I normally, in normal day-to-day life, kind of go, oh, I probably shouldn't. That's a bit of a waste of money. I'll wait till I get home.
Look in the electronics shop.
Yeah.
Which sells all the... and never, ever buy anything. That's what I always do. Why do you
browse the neck cushion?
Oh, yeah.
All that stuff. Trying all the makeup and, spray yourself with 17
that's what I
perfumes,
do.
standard. But if you are going to the airport, shock, horror, breaking news, it's going to cost you more for your coffee and your bacon roll.
Mm-hmm.
So the Sun have delightedly and very pleased with themselves done a kind of exclusive reveal, investigative journalism. It turns out if you're buying a bacon roll in Gatwick, it's £4.35. Meanwhile, if you were down the road in Crawley, it would be £3.25.
All right.
In Stansted Airport, let's give you one in Manchester, all-day breakfast wrap, £4.80. Almond croissant, £3. I mean, there's a whole...
It's a
catch. Busy, haven't they?
They've been busy. They've sent people to all these different airports and they've written down the numbers and now they're telling us the numbers. But basically, Starbucks are saying, if you want to buy a bacon roll at the airport, it's going to cost you... It's the same as, buying your milk from the corner shop rather than from Tesco's. It's going to cost you a bit more for the convenience and for the fact that you're stuck in an airport.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, what do they... you've got to look at... What ground rent do they have to pay or whatever on...
Well, exactly. We are in a capitalist society, so either pay it or bring your own... You could always bring your own sarnies to the airport, couldn't you?
Yeah, bring your own drinks, so... You'd never get them through security, would you?
No, that's true.
That's the thing, you
take
have
an
to
empty
buy it,
bottle
don't you?
and refill it with water on the other side. But no, you are stuck with the coffee. Either drink it or don't.
Do you know a good thing now? A good thing now that I did for the first time, the last trip I went on, was those airport lounges you can go to. And it's about £20.
Yeah.
But then it's unlimited food and drinks, including alcohol. Well, then, if a sandwich and a coffee is going to cost you £10, £15 anyway, you might as well just go all out and stock up. I was filling my handbag. I was getting my money's worth. Had a couple of gins. It was 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, you see, I knew you should be that sort of
Yeah,
girl.
that's me.
I knew it.
But there you go. That's my the airport now because you do, and it drives me mad. If you have a sandwich and a coffee in the airport, you are looking at about £15. And you're a captive audience. If you're hungry, you've got to eat.
Yeah, so for an extra £5, you get a comfy seat thrown in. And seconds.
And gin.
Yeah, and gin. Why is it everyone I work with really likes to have a good old drink?
I know, sorry.
Naming no more names. Just like a drink, Jazan.
Yeah.
Let's have a look, Tom, at the Sunday Mirror, should we? In the Prime Minister's money tree, seems a bit of a... They're selling their house, apparently.
Yeah, so it's not bad economic times for everyone, it turns out. So Boris Johnson and Carrie Johnson are selling their Camberwell 4-bedroom townhouse. They put it on the market for 1.6 million. So if they manage to sell it, they'll be looking at a 400k profit.
You say it was a 4-bedroom?
4-bedroom, yeah.
I feel like that's quite cheap in London. Is that awful to
Is
say?
it?
Yeah. Well, London's a joke, isn't it? It's like a flat can be $1 million.
Exactly. And it's
Wow.
I mean, this is almost like an extended sort of Zoopla ad as far as it talks about. It's a very spacious garden, very nice finished white countertops and all the rest of it.
Wallpaper.
There's not one thing that I think readers will have noticed, as you just did there, Ellie, is the fact that we all saw those images of the designs from Lulu Little in number 10. We've never seen the inside of number 10 exactly, but, you know, very flamboyant, all the rest of it. This actually very stripped back, so when you haven't got a Tory donor to bankroll it,
yeah, well,
taste
no one else
changed
is paying
somewhat,
for it.
apparently.
You just get some Dulux paint. It is look it on the wall.
It is very stripped back.
I'll tell you what, I do feel... Well, I don't know how to say sorry for them. But, you know, they rent it out. They have nowhere to live at the moment.
Yeah, well, they actually... There's
because they're not
one thing
living in that, because it's rented out.
Well, apparently they haven't rented it out.
No,
they were intending to, and they never got round to it.
No.
As you do. And then there was also... They've got a...
No, it is... I can tell you, it is rented out.
Are you saying that?
Yeah, it is rented out, and they cannot get back in it, because the rent...
really?
Yeah, I'll tell you that for a fact. Yeah.
Well, apparently...
So the Daily Mail... No, what it is. The Sunday Mirror have got the facts wrong on that.
Well, apparently they've also got another 1.2 million 4-bed detached house in Oxfordshire, so they've always got that to fall back on.
Yeah.
If this doesn't pan out.
Oh, it's all right.
They're having to stay with friends at the moment.
Didn't realise that.
Yeah, they are literally staying with friends because they have nowhere else to live.
I think it's remarkable. They've got friends still, so you know.
It's a bit odd for a prime minister, though, isn't it?
Well, you reap what you sow. I've got no sympathy for it.
No,
Why are they
you
not
wouldn't
staying in
do.
Oxfordshire if they've got a house in Oxfordshire?
I don't know, the
Is that not
commute.
open?
I'm not sure how much is
What's
going on.
happened to Checkers? Why can't he be in number 10?
Well,
He's
no,
not-
we can
he's
at
not
the
been
moment.
chucked off the job
no,
yet.
No, but in a matter of weeks. In a matter of weeks, they won't have anywhere to live.
I don't care.
No, you
You
wouldn't.
don't want him to be homeless. He's got children.
I don't think he will be homeless.
No, he's not going to be homeless.
I genuinely, I'm not really sure
He's
where
not
you're
homeless, but they are...
Your
they are-
sympathy
He's got
is coming
options.
from.
They are, in effect, sofa surfing.
Yes.
You wouldn't get that in
Not
it.
really,
You wouldn't get-
because
well-
they own a however many £1 million massive house in Oxfordshire.
The point, it's difficult for everyone out there at the moment, including owners of multi-million pound.
Multiple,
Yeah, poor old
multi-million
Bojo.
houses, yeah.
Oh.
No sympathy. Heartless, Marianne. Tell us about what we're going to do with our water and the water advice we're getting. It's in the Mail on Sunday.
Yeah, perennial favourite, laughing at the advice that you get given by a utility company.
Oh, excellent.
Because, you know, tiny tweaks that you might make may well make no difference at all, for example, for the millions of litres of, being leaked out of pipes.
Yeah.
So, do you want some of the advice?
Yes, please.
Yep.
OK. While you're having a shower, put a pot in the shower with you to collect some of the water, and you can use that to flush the loo.
Oh, get away.
Can't be doing that.
Well, you could. I mean,
Well, you could.
When you've turned the shower on and you're waiting for the water to heat up, definitely collect that water. I mean, you could use that to make your cup of tea, couldn't you, really? Because it's... that's not the advice. But you could.
That's just something you do.
It's clean. It's the same tap water, isn't it? But you could use it to water your plants, for example, pour in the garden. Thames Water have suggested that, I'm going to quote it here because otherwise it just sounds very odd, need to freshen up. Instead of jumping back in the shower, cool off, save water, with a damp towel or a spray bottle.
Oh.
So they're not saying don't have a shower each day. They're just saying maybe don't have the second shower of the day.
Right.
It's like we're back in the Victorian era,
Have
isn't
a
it? It's
flannel
like
wash.
Yeah,
A
have
little
a flannel
flannel.
wash in a...
Little top and tail, yeah.
Top and tail, yeah.
Quick sink rinse, as we used to call it.
A sink rinse, there you go. And then, I mean, some of the other stuff that they're kind of calling out as bad advice, I think is actually probably reasonable. Things like don't necessarily have as many pots and hanging baskets because then you don't need to water them. I mean, that is dependent on the fact that you might have some other space to create a green area for yourself. You might have another space to grow. So you might want to reduce the number of containers and actually plant those plants in the ground where they are a bit more drought resistant.
Yeah.
That seems possibly reasonable.
Yeah.
And then when you're filling up the dishwasher, don't rinse all the plates. You can just scrape the food off and then put them straight in. You don't need to rinse each.
You can rinse his plates before you put them in the
Lots of
dishwashing
people do.
machine.
Lots of people do.
I
But you
don't
really
have
don't
a
need
dishwasher,
to.
but I think I would do that.
Rinse or
Hand wash. It's very, very difficult.
Hand wash and then dishwash.
That's I have done that previously. Yeah.
Wow.
But I just think I was told that everyone's dishwasher if you get any.
Well, yeah, so
Food
it's
in it,
not
any
true.
dirt
So I
can
pretty
only
much
put
do a clean and then do it.
Tom,
and then do double clean.
I mean, you wouldn't do that, would you?
No, I don't have a dishwasher, so I don't have the...
I don't have a dishwasher now. It's a tough life.
Exactly. It's not easy.
No, it's not easy out there. But with the hosepipe ban, could you? So you know the shower trick that you just said. So you could have your little pot, and then you could take it outside into the garden and water your plants.
Yeah.
So
that would work. There are loopholes.
So there's no ban on using a watering can to water your garden. So there's no kind of mandate on letting all your plants die. It's just that when you've got a hose pipe, it's pumping out, tens of litres a minute, and you can quite easily kind of shove the hose pipe over there, go and make a cup of tea, listen to the rest of the podcast, sort the kids out, watch GB News, all that stuff. And meanwhile, it's kind of overwatering the plants because there's a lot of runoff. Whereas if you're having to, physically manhandle a watering can across your garden, you're going to be a bit more sparing about which plants really need some water, how much you're going to give it, and then you don't have all the kind of residual water wastage.
Yeah.
So it's a hose pipe ban rather than using water in the garden ban.
Or do what the water company suggests and put a big bucket under yourself in the shower and then pour dirty, soapy water over your plants.
Well, the plants don't mind the soapy water.
Do they not?
Right?
No. Most plants. I mean, if you've got, rare orchids, then perhaps, I don't know, seek advice. But your average garden doesn't mind at all a bit of shower gel.
I can't be trusted with plants. I don't think I've ever kept one alive successfully. I reckon you're good at gardening, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, I knew you would be.
I'm a northerner.
What's that got to do with it?
No, it's like you're trained from birth how to garden.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
It's the first I've heard of that.
Stereotype on every case.
Chelsea Flower Show is in the south, right? And Kew Gardens.
Yeah, but that's quite poncy, isn't it?
Oh, so that's a separate category?
Well, that is, but you go to the Chelsea... I went once to the Chelsea Flower Show, and don't get me wrong, it's beautiful, it looks lovely, it does look lovely, but they're not gardens you would ever have at home. They're not like an English garden,
That's the point,
are they?
isn't
They're
it?
all just like these fancy little bits here and there. Not a proper garden, an English garden.
You have like a kind of northern equivalent where it's just, nice little pathway.
Yeah,
lawn,
Stephen, you should open up
bushes.
shop, I think.
Open up shop? Oh, my
It's
garden.
like municipally planted...
Back garden.
Hostas. Oh, love a good hosta.
Oh, love a hosta. I
Do
can't
love a
grow a
hosta.
hosta because the slugs eat them.
The slugs do like a hosta. Slugs and the snails like a hosta. And you can't even buy slug pellets anymore. They banned that.
Well, what's the world coming to?
Honestly,
Do you know
there's-
why? It's because it kills the birds.
If you're going to start now spreading tea leaves around your hostas or something to put them off for coffee grinds, it's like, the world's gone mad. The world's gone mad.
Tom, talking of the world's gone mad, a Bake Off star has designed a coat and sold it for a small fortune. Tell us about that.
Yes, so we were talking earlier about how stylish Stephen is. So if you've got 17 grand to spare, Noel Fielding has a Fendi coat to sell you. So he's done this line with the designer brand Fendi. If this particular coat, which kind of features various different colourful squiggles on it, not a hell of a lot of design work seems to have gone into it, but nevertheless, good money if you can make it. There's also a £970 bomber jacket. There's also knitted sweaters, quilted coats, bags and boxy shirts.
How much is a knitted sweater?
I haven't got an itemised list.
Haven't got that itemised list,
all I've got is the 17 grand jacket
I'll
and
show
the
you
£900
this. I'll show you
bomber
this
jacket, unfortunately.
jacket. If we pop it on the. Where are we? Here. So if you're listening on the radio, it's a black kind of long jacket with. It looks like graffiti written all over it. It probably took him 2 minutes.
So it's just got, it's sort
It just
of
says
swirly
Fendi,
stuff on it.
Fendi, and lots of different swirls and colours there.
Apparently he calls it his kind of stream of consciousness work. So he just, on a
Really?
notepad or whatever, will do these
Wow.
kinds of little designs. He sent a load of them over. They picked the ones they liked and they turned it into a...
And you said the
I
coat-
wouldn't have that given. I've got to be honest. I mean, it looks awful.
Do you know what it reminds me of? Can I make a bit of a left field comparison?
Go on.
Yeah.
There's a prehistoric site on Anglesey called Bryn Cathley Thee. And outside it is this stone with a pattern on it. And kind of marked patterned stones are quite rare in England and Wales, but you find them in Anglesey. And it looks a little bit like that. And they think the reason that someone was kind of scribing these patterns into that stone about 3,500 years ago is because they were high.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that they were maybe taking like magic mushrooms or something. And that when you have those like psychedelic visions, you kind of go, "Whoa, crazy swells."
He's casting aspersions on Noel Fielding.
I'm not suggesting how Noel himself comes to his creative urges, but there's a resemblance for me.
Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. I mean,
17
honestly,
grand.
17. I mean, what do you get for 17,000? It's the label. You're paying for the label. I mean,
We're paying for Noel.
Just
well, it's inflation. I mean, last week it was 14.
Yeah, well, probably. Yeah, get it for £3. See it in a charity shop, you wouldn't say, you'd go, I wouldn't pay £5 for that, would you? No, I'm not having that.
As you potter past to the garden centre to get posters.
I love going to the garden centre. I love
With
it.
or without your designer
And I'll
coat.
tell you what, ladies and gents, if you like a garden centre, you always have to go one with a cafe. Then you can sit outside with a little pot of tea and all that. I love it.
And a jacket potato.
No, I don't eat at a garden centre unless you have a scone.
Oh, I
or
do.
a
I
piece
have a
of
jacket
cake.
potato. Or a scone. That's not a bad idea.
There you go, this
Do
afternoon.
that, Stephen. It'll be fun.
Now, Marianne,
Yes.
what's the Sunday Telegraph has revelations about pussycats.
Yeah, yes, they do. So cats love people who hate them because of their reluctance to stroke and fuss them, gives the cat a feeling of control and independence. Now, you might say, I think I've heard that before, right? If you kind of pull faces at a cat and go, oh, don't touch me, the cat goes, oh, you're my kind of person. you're stuffy and aloof as well. Look at your face. But I'm going to just soldier on regardless. The thinking is that, so some of this research was done at Battersea Dogs and Cats Home, where they are looking to rehome animals. And what they've realised is that that means that people who sometimes say, oh, I know all about cats or I love cats, aren't always the easiest person for a cat to get along with because they're a little bit overbearing or they're a little bit keen or they're a bit enthusiastic or they go, I understand cats, so I can stroke it on its tummy and on its tail. Whereas the people who don't really like cats kind of go, oh, I don't really want to stroke you, all right, I'll just stroke you on your head. And cats prefer that. So
they like you to play hard to get.
Play hard to get and don't overuse your cat knowledge because the cat doesn't necessarily like it.
No, you do have to let cats take control, but cats respond to love. The more affection you give a cat, the more affection you get back from a cat.
But on their terms?
On their terms. Oh, yeah, on their terms.
Whereas a dog, most dogs... No, actually, that's not true. I've seen lots of dogs respond really badly to people going, I really want to tug you. And the dog's going, help me, help me, help me. And
But
no
a
one
lot of
is.
the
And you can
times-
see that the dog is resisting the urge to... Like, all dogs have teeth, you know, and there's suddenly this hand coming towards them and they're getting stressed. So even though dogs sometimes tolerate it, read the animal.
Yeah. I think it does depend with the breed, doesn't it? I mean, some dogs are really cuddly, others less so. But generally, I think...
dogs, this is a cat chat.
No, but we're talking about the differences, Stephen.
Cats do not get enough attention. You're a cat, mate.
I like cats. I haven't got a cat, unfortunately, but I do like them. But I always thought this was the rule of thumb, that if you kind of did shy away from them, they would kind of gravitate towards it. But are you saying, Stephen, that over time...
Yeah, over time, you don't want to smother a cat. But bear in mind, cats go to people who are ignoring them so that they can mark... It's purely about marking you and saying, well, you're mine. I own you. I'm going to rub my scent all over you.
Yes.
It's all about ownership.
Apparently they have green areas, so base of the ears,
Oh, they love
face, because that's where their little scenty gland bits
that.
are.
Top of the head, got a gland on the top.
Oh, there. And red areas, the kind of only on my terms kind of bits. Base of the tail, stomach, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. But anyone who's a cat lover out there who's got cats, you know, they love to be loved. They do. They love to be adored. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, hang on a minute. Have we got more time to fill with cat chat? Oh, okay.
No.
Can I just make a shout-out to my neighbour's cat, Fred?
Oh.
The meanest cat in town.
Oh, no.
Chases dogs down the street.
Oh, well,
cracks me up.
You're settling scores with cats.
No, I kind of respect him because he just doesn't give a monkeys.
Yeah.
Shout out to Fred.
Oh, dear.
Oh, Fred, morning to you. Marianne, Tom, thank you. We'll catch up with you a
You've
little
made
bit
us
later
smile. We needed that. Thank you both.
Coming up, we've got all the top stories after a look at the weather.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking sunny for many, although some rain will affect parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland. Let's take a look at the details.
There'll be hardly a cloud in the sky across southwest England, light winds, so it feels warm. Some relief from the warmth can be found on the coasts.
Southeast England and East Anglia may see some cloud bubble up around lunchtime, but it will still be warm with temperatures already into the low 20s.
Now, on to Wales. May see a little bit of cloud for many, but it's going to be dry. Some sunny at lunchtime. Temperatures in Cardiff should hit about 20 Celsius.
The dry spell will also be continuing across the Midlands with a mix of sunny spells and a little cloud bubbling up there too. Temperatures in Birmingham will be about 19 Celsius at lunchtime.
Now, Northern England is going to see a fair bit of cloud this lunchtime, and the cloud may just be thick enough for the odd spot of rain in the far north.
The most persistent rain, though, will once again be across parts of Scotland. However, eastern parts may be largely sheltered from the rain, with some sunshine developing.
Now, a little bit of rain may also affect the north coast of Northern Ireland, but elsewhere it's going to be pretty dry, although, as you can see, often quite cloudy today.
OK, heading towards the evening, we'll see some little change with the sunnier skies across the south, and that is how the weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock. It's Sunday, the 7th of August, and this is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Ellie.
We are live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you, so lucky you. Here's what you're waking up to this morning.
Well, after months of legal battles, Archie Battersby has passed away in hospital. His family says what they've gone through is barbaric.
There is absolutely nothing dignified about watching a family member or a child suffocate. No family should ever have to go through what we've been through. It's barbaric.
Well, we will hear reactions from doctors and grief specialists throughout the show this morning. That's also coming up.
Rishi Sunak has promised to crack down on university degrees that do not improve students' earning potential as he attempts to reignite support for his leadership bid. But the latest poll of Tory members continues to have Liz Truss ahead by more than 38 points.
Energy bills could be crippling for the most vulnerable this winter, as the price cap is estimated to rise to £3,700. Some people may have to turn to debt to pay for their bills. Experts say the future is uncertain.
The hope is that the real crunch of this won't last too long and then people can start to get back on their feet. But obviously, a lot of that remains to be seen and depends on so many different factors, from what the government does, who the new Prime Minister is, what policies they announce, to what the Bank of England does next.
The Environment Secretary George Eustice says hosepipes should be banned, as the UK is forecast to bake in temperatures of up to 28 degrees today amid an unusually dry August.
Well, as ever, you can join in any of our discussions that we're having this morning by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at gbnews.
Well, our main news today, and 12-year-old Archie Battersby has died following doctors removing life support. His mum, Holly Dance, has been at the centre of legal bids in an attempt to keep him on life support against the advice of doctors, including bringing his case to the European Court of Human Rights.
Well, following her son's passing, Miss Dance said, "It's with my deepest sympathy and sadness to tell you that Archie has passed. He fought right until the very end, and I'm so proud to be his mum."
Well, earlier we spoke to Linda Magistris, the CEO and founder of the Good Grief Trust. It's a charity which specialises in supporting grieving families. And we talked to her about what the family may be going through.
It will trigger memories and emotions in so many people who perhaps have been grieving either recently or many, many years ago. So what we want to do is to, first of all, let people know that there is help and that there is hope. Under the Good Grief Trust, we have hundreds and hundreds of tailored support services. And we know that grief is completely unique. It's like our DNA. It depends on the relationship that we've had with that person. And we don't know, nobody knows, until you've had that bereavement, how it's going to affect you personally. So please do, first of all, reach out to a charity like the Good Grief Trust so that we can find you support very early on, because we know that early signposting to tailor support is absolutely key. And we want to let this family know, and anyone who's been affected by this story, that there is support out there when you need it.
I mean, Linda, it is just so sad for absolutely everybody involved in this story. It is the death of a 12-year-old boy that we're talking about here. But in this case specifically, the mother fought two legal battles, the family fought two legal battles, one about not switching off his life support, and then the second one about moving him to a hospice. So it was only really in the past few days where Holly Dance, Archie Battersby's mother, started to actually accept that he would die. How difficult is that on the grief journey, to be what some people would describe in denial, fighting for him to stay alive for so long, and only really in the last 2 days did she actually think that he might die? It's happened quite quickly for her.
It certainly has. And sadly, no matter how a person dies, a child, an adult, it's always incredibly traumatic. And there is no hierarchy with grief. Sadly, Archie's mother has been nursing him and looking after him, and the hospital themselves have been through that incredibly difficult time. And we don't know that after, obviously, sadly, Archie's died, how it's going to affect Archie's mother, her friends, colleagues, family members, and the wider network, as well as those health professionals. And even through sudden death, it's incredibly difficult. We can't accept it. The shock can last for years, not just months. There is no timeline for grief. So if you've been nursing somebody through a terminal illness or a life-limiting condition, it can have so many different effects on you personally, on your health, on so many aspects. But please, as I say, please know that you have to take it step by step, very, very slowly steps going forward, because grief is with you forever. As I said, there is no timeline, and we want people to know that please just take it easy and try and reach out for support if you can, as early as you can.
You mentioned the health professionals. I mean, they're used to dealing with death, which is going to be beneficial in some respects. The difference in this case is that whether there is intrinsically some criticism of them in the way the legal process that has been gone through here. So clearly, the family believe that the health professionals were not doing all that they could do. So how do they deal with this, knowing, that, as health professionals do, that they were trying to do the best for this child, but knowing there is criticism and unhappiness within what they have done from the family?
Well, hopefully, and I'm sure this is the case, that those nurses and doctors, palliative care, end-of-life teams will be sitting down with that family and will be going through the process. What happened? How did it happen? Why did it happen? That's the best care that we can possibly give. We work very closely with NHS Trust, the Good Grief Trust, have a card, a condolence card that is given to the family at the moment of death, and it signposts them to help. And hopefully, and I'm sure this is what's happening, is that team will be sitting down with the family and trying to unpick any issues that they have. Clearly, there have been so much trauma around the death of Archie. And there are many other families across the country who may feel very similar feelings and feelings of guilt and that burden. And it needs to be unravelled by the health professionals holding the hand of that family very carefully and very gently. And it will take a long time. It really will, because the shock and the trauma of grief is happening today, but it will happen next week. It will happen after the funeral and possibly many months and even years ahead. But we're sure that those health professionals will do the utmost they possibly can. Yes, they do deal with grief and loss every day, but as I said, it's completely unique to that family. And I really hope that Archie's family will be supported, and I'm sure they will be.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Can we just take it away from this case? Because I was just struck by the fact you talked about people who, you know, are sort of on a long decline, if you like, where death is expected. And that may well apply to people who are watching or listening right now. There can be, in some cases, almost a sense of relief at someone's passing, can't there, that suffering has ended. And yet, with that, for those left behind, also a sense of guilt that they're feeling relief. I mean, that's a very difficult situation, isn't it?
Grief is fraught with a myriad of emotions, and it's incredibly complicated. And as I said, you won't know how you feel until it happens to you. You know, you may have the police knock on your door with a sudden death, or it may be sitting alongside somebody who has a terminal illness for months ahead, and just thinking and wondering and being so anxious and so concerned about what is going to happen. But as I say, we don't know until the time of the death how it is going to affect you. Yes, you can feel relief, but again, exactly what you're saying, you can feel the burden. But there can be joy. There can be joy. Grief brings so many complicated emotions. And please, whatever you do, whatever you're feeling is right for you. There is no judgment with grief. As we say at the Good Grief Trust, it's completely up to you how you grieve. Sadly, there are many assumptions around grief. If somebody's laughing and they're joking, that perhaps they're over it. We don't get over grief. We move forward and we take those people with us in our hearts. So as I say, please do look on the Good Grief Trust. Look at all these incredible charities and support services, the helplines, the videos. Whatever is right for you is right for you. And please reach out and try and find a way through to navigate this grief, because it is incredibly painful. And actually, post-COVID, we've now learnt, thankfully, it's probably the only thing that COVID's brought a light on, is the importance of reaching out to people who are grieving, who have had a bereavement today, tomorrow, and ongoing.
Yeah, ongoing. There's a lot to be said for just talking about it to people, sometimes people who are disconnected from you and your family, you know, and getting that outside influence or an outside place to sort of vent or whatever it may be that you need to do. Because it's sadness, anger, all these sort of things with grief.
It's a myriad of emotions, she said there, which I thought was a really good way of describing it. But if you are affected by any of the issues that was raised in that interview there, the Good Grief Trust is the charity that can support you through bereavement and through grief. So do check that out if that's how you're feeling at the moment.
Now, it is 11 minutes past 7. Let's bring you up to date with some of the headlines. And Rishi Sunak has criticised Liz Truss, describing her planned tax cuts as starry-eyed boosterism. Speaking in the Sunday Times, the former Chancellor said putting borrowed money into the economy risks making inflation worse. Liz Truss says she's going to use a September emergency budget to immediately cut taxes.
A new report commissioned by Gordon Brown says government support for low-income households will not cover the rising cost of living. It's expected some families will be up to £1,600 worse off a year. The former Prime Minister is demanding an emergency budget before a financial time bomb in October.
The Environment Secretary is urging water companies to ban the use of hose pipes as forecasters predict dry weather for most of the UK next week. George Eustice says some firms have rightly taken action to lessen the effects of the predicted drought in August and is encouraging others to do the same.
An 11-year-old girl has died after going missing at a water park in Windsor. Members of the public joined emergency services in the search at Liquid Leisure yesterday afternoon before she was rushed to Wexham Park Hospital. Her death is being treated as unexplained and an investigation is underway.
We're going to talk more politics now. Keith has been in touch already this morning. Morning to you, Keith. He says, why are people repeating the mantra, Rishi has lost the economy debate? I haven't heard anyone actually sort of saying that directly, but I know, but people are sort of generally saying he's lost this election. Keith says, Rishi is actually right. Borrowing money will increase inflation, and inflation is our foremost problem at the moment. I mean, it's, you know, you may well be right. He may well be right. The economists don't actually necessarily agree on it all, though. This is where it gets so confusing.
Yeah, and the two candidates have such different ideas as well. So it is really dividing people. We've also been talking about higher education plans under Rishi Sunak. We're going to be talking about that in just a second. But Lee in Salford says, one of my grandchildren is doing A-levels this year and then is off to university. The cost is frightening.
Horrific.
Absolutely.
It's horrific. Would he be better off doing some sort of apprenticeship? With some apprenticeships, they send you to university while you're doing it. The whole process takes longer, but then you get a degree that someone else pays for and a trade as well.
Yeah, lots of companies sponsor you as well now. So you'd start in as fresh from your A-levels, and then they'd send you off to uni. So
yeah,
there's other ways of doing it, but the cost is astronomical. I think I've got about 70 grand of student debt. Yeah, 5 years of studying. Yeah, and it just goes up every year. It just goes up. I'm paying it off. I'm not joking. It's real stress. Yeah. I mean, I pay it off every month. I pay a lot every month off of my student, but the interest is so high because I did an undergrad and a master's. The interest is so high. I'm never paying it off. I'm never paying it off unless I earn a small fortune one day.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's very depressing. And at the moment, the way it stands is I think you get it written off after about 35 years. But you're just paying it into a big black hole. I mean, we all are, so that can't be helping.
Wow.
The economy. We're just, with huge lens, £70,000. I think the original was about 55 and then I've got about 15 grand in interest. Yeah, which is standard, by the way. That's not, like, somebody who's gone to uni in the last 10 years, that's
no wonder you can't get a mortgage.
I know, this is the next thing, yeah.
You've already got 70 grand worth of debt.
I mean, it's a knock-on effect, isn't it? And when you have so much of your income going to student loan repayments, it's difficult for people, really difficult. So, and that was a point actually raised earlier, is should Rishi Sunak, I think it was by Lettice, our guest earlier, she was saying perhaps we should be looking at the money and the payback scheme rather than looking at certain types of degrees and whether we should get rid of them. So do let us know, GBNews at gbnews.uk. It's certainly a big issue. Lee in Salford agrees with me, the cost is frightening. Do let me know what you think.
Yeah, well, Rishi Sunak is setting out his vision for the future of education, and he, looking at this, and would this work or not, he's promised to cancel university degrees that do not improve students' earning potential. He's also promised to set up a Russell Group, it's like a top tier, if you like, of technical colleges, which will focus on teaching practical skills for the UK's stagnant industrial sector.
Well, currently, Liz Truss's lead over her rival has grown in the latest YouGov polls, with the Foreign Secretary currently holding 69% of the headline vote to Sunak's 31%.
OK, well, Let's talk to Dr. Rod Dackham, who's Senior Lecturer in Politics at King's College in London. Good to see you this morning. I mean, look, Rishi Sunak's coming out with all these ideas. It's whether, whether on education or whether on the economy, people may believe him in the general public, but if he's not getting the votes amongst Tory party members, which he doesn't seem to be getting that momentum at the moment.
Yes, that's absolutely right. So we're coming to the end of what's been, what feels like, a really long process. Rishi Sunak was always in a difficult position in the sense that he had a very strong chance of getting through to the final two, through to the Conservative Party members' vote. But he was always going to struggle against all the credible contenders. And it looking out just in that way, right? So it looks as though he is not going to make it through and it's going to be Liz Truss. We can say that with some reasonable confidence now.
What do you make of Gordon Brown's comments calling for an emergency budget, saying that what's been suggested so far by Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss will not go far enough to help the cost of living crisis? He says in October there'll be a financial firebomb. I mean, we're seeing these hustings frequently at the moment, and you said so yourself, this feels like it's been going on a very long time. Do you think that there should be an emergency budget in the next few weeks?
Yeah, so, I mean, we shouldn't be surprised, of course, that Gordon Brown is on economics with Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. But the critical thing, I think, isn't that he's disagreeing with them. It's that the leadership race is beginning to move away from the Conservative Party into the national picture. And this is where the candidates are going to run into some really interesting issues. Because, of course, the big context is going to shift from the relationship between individual candidates and how they're kind of contrasting themselves against each other to a series of looming crises that the country's facing. So most obviously, the cost of living, the economic situation, the crisis in the NHS. All of these things are going to have to be faced and dealt with. Ultimately, whoever wins this race has to govern. I think that's the key point from what Gordon Brown's been saying.
Dr. Rod Dackham, we're going to leave it there because it's a bit of a dodgy connection that we've got, but good to get your perspective. Thanks very much indeed. What I would, if that line had been a bit more stable, what I was going to ask him was, are we heading to a point? Because there are economic, we talk about economic cycles, and there are political cycles. And when a government has been in power for so long, it does seem like naturally you sort of head towards a change. But is the Labour Party strong? Is Sir Keir Starmer strong enough, or will they sort of almost win by default? The government losing an election, the next general election. Is there an inevitability to the Tories losing the next election? I mean, there's no inevitability to it, but that's what they thought in 1992. That they thought that the Tories were absolutely going to lose, and then they won. They sort of squeezed through. Now they lost the next time around, obviously, in '97, but they did cling on for another term. Yeah. But you do wonder. You can't help, if you study these sort of things, you can't help but wonder whether the political cycle is now, going to bring about change. Yeah. Almost whatever a new Tory Prime Minister does.
It's very interesting. I was reading an article yesterday that said that perhaps Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak, whoever gets the next PM job, they should call a general election before Christmas, because then, if we're following the Bank of England's forecast this week, we're going to be going into a recession, which could last until 2024, which is when the next general election is scheduled. So we're saying it's not ideal, but do it early, do it before Christmas, and you'll be more likely than in 2 years' time, or 2 years' time, when we're in the middle of a recession. Certainly an interesting perspective.
Yeah, it is. I don't know, with that, it's a gamble. Any which way, isn't it? And I don't know. The problem I have with that, and being absolutely sort of black and white about it, is that general elections cost millions of pounds to run. The campaigning comes from party political funds, but the general setup and the polling booths and the tellers and all that stuff, they cost millions of pounds. And I just sort of think, would people want us to spend millions of pounds now on an election when we could be using that money to reduce energy bills?
But then you want the right government in place, don't you, to deal with the cost of living crisis and to deal with energy bills. It's a tough one, isn't it? Yeah. But I get your point. It's anything that costs money. It's the same with the Jubilee, wasn't it? Yeah. It was millions and millions of pounds spent in a cost of living crisis. It's difficult, isn't it? Very difficult.
Yeah. Oh, look, don't go anywhere. You've got lots coming up for you. Aidan McGee's here, as always. He's not had a day off for about 3 weeks. I mean, the man's absolutely crackers. But anyway, he's going to be here with all the sport for you in a couple of minutes.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking sunny for many, although some rain will affect parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland. Let's take a look at the details.
There'll be hardly a cloud in the sky across southwest England. Light winds, so it'll feel warm. Some relief from the warmth can be found on the coasts.
Southeast England and East Anglia may see some cloud bubble up around lunchtime, but it will still be warm with temperatures already into the low 20s.
Now, on to Wales. May see a little bit of cloud for many, but it's going to be dry. Some sunny at lunchtime. Temperatures in Cardiff should hit about 20 Celsius.
The dry spell will also be continuing across the Midlands with a mix of sunny spells and a little cloud bubbling up there too. Temperatures in Birmingham will be about 19 Celsius at lunchtime.
Now, Northern England is going to see a fair bit of cloud this lunchtime, and the cloud may just be thick enough for the odd spot of rain in the far north.
The most persistent rain, though, will once again be across parts of Scotland. However, eastern parts may be largely sheltered from the rain, with some sunshine developing.
Now, a little bit of rain may also affect the north coast of Northern Ireland, but elsewhere it's going to be pretty dry, although, as you can see, often quite cloudy today.
OK, heading towards the evening, we'll see some little change with the sunnier skies across the south, and that is how the weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
7:25 morning to you. Stephen and Ellie with you, taking you through breakfast. We're going to tell you about the papers. I said to our director.
Where are we going with this, Stephen?
I said,
tell me.
No, because we have these little chats in the break now with our team, our producer and director. We say, are we going straight into the sport after? Yes. But apparently there's a coming up to tell you about, as we call them in the business. Which is Mariana Hotter and Tom Slater taking us through the papers in about 10 minutes.
And how many marriages are too many marriages? Two. You think two tops?
No, I think 2 is too many.
Oh, two is too many.
One too many.
I was like, you can't say that. You just got married. 2 for me, please.
No.
No, one is good. But actor Sean Bean says 5 marriages is not too many. So we're going to be joined by Jessica Lee, a former MP, just before 8. now you can go back to your plan.
Now, yes, this is what I was expecting to do. The joys of live TV, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. I love it. We just talk, don't we?
We do.
I tell you who's when stuff goes down, which happens all the time in live TV, wherever you work, and stuff suddenly goes down, and you just need to fill. The person who you want on set for that, because he never stops talking, is Aidan McGee. Good morning.
How you doing? Nice to see you.
Oh,
I went on a date once years ago, and I was invited after about 3 or 4 dates round to the girl's house to meet her parents.
Yeah.
And her name was Heather. And
she might not want to...
Shout out, Heather.
No, she might be embarrassed. No, but anyway, I remember we were talking away one by one. Dad, it got quite late. Dad went upstairs to bed. Mum went upstairs to bed. Heather had to go to bed as well. I was left on my own at the table, and all I could hear was them lot saying, "No, yeah, can you let yourself out?" That's absolutely true.
Did you see her again after that?
Yeah, he went out there 3 years. Yeah, it was fun. The chat, listen, just because I chat a lot doesn't mean the chat's not good.
Oh, right,
good quality. You know the chat's good. Come on.
It is good quality. You know your stuff.
Exactly.
That's for sure.
Exactly.
So we're talking Premier League. That's your first topic this morning. Off you go.
That's right, yeah. Fulham were first out of the blocks yesterday. They were really struggled at Fulham. Fulham are newly promoted. Good day to go to Fulham when the sun's shining. It's a horrible breeze that comes off the Thames if you go down there in like November and December. But nonetheless, Liverpool trailed twice but managed to get that back. Jurgen Klopp said his side didn't deserve anything from that game, so a big improvement from them. And that was after they beat Manchester City in the Community Shield last week, so that was a little bit of a surprise. We saw Bournemouth beat Aston Villa 2-0. Now, a Premier League manager, or former Premier League manager, messaged me yesterday saying that Aston Villa were so bad, in quotes, it was scary. So Bournemouth are promoted as well. Great start for them. We saw Newcastle beat Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest's first game in the Premier League in 23 years. They lost 2-0, but they gave a good account of themselves. We saw Everton in the later kick-off. They were defeated by Chelsea. Now, there's an issue here because, as you might have seen on the notes, Frank Lampard really needs to find a striker for Chelsea. They've lost Richarlison to Tottenham. Dominic Calvert-Lewin is now out for 5 weeks. Now, Chelsea, who beat them, they're saying afterwards, or their manager, their coach Thomas Tuchel is saying afterwards, we need players. Now, the problem for Chelsea is that they've lost a few players, but they didn't get any money for them because they either ran down their contracts or they're out on loan. You've got Romelu Lukaku still on loan at Inter. Christensen and Rudiger both ran down their contracts, didn't get a bean for them, although they did shift some wages off the books. So if Everton can buy Armando Broja from Chelsea, that might get them £30 million and it might help them put something towards their own strengthening. But Everton needs some help, certainly.
And Spurs had a good day.
Oh, they did, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I noticed Antonio Conte was wearing a top that I've worn on this show. Can you believe that?
The actual top?
No, well, not the actual one. But I'm sure I'm sure they're mass-produced, but I've got one of my own. So no, that was just interesting. But that wasn't the only takeaway from the game. James Ward-Prowse scored a volley quite early on. Tottenham responded in spectacular fashion. They scored 4 goals back in return and won 4-1. So a great start for them. They're fancied to be in the chasing pack behind the top 2 this season.
I'd be worried if the only takeaway from the game was he's wearing my shirt.
I know. Well, I know you get older, you pick up on these things. Don't you? These things matter more.
Well, yeah. What's happening today? Then we've got.
So yeah, Man United are in action now. I think they, for their tumultuous summer, all the stuff we've discussed with Ronaldo, I think they might win today because they're at home to Brighton. Brighton don't tend to travel to Old Trafford particularly well in recent seasons. Brighton have lost Marc Cucurella to Chelsea. We discussed that yesterday. He was the guy that Manchester City wanted, but Chelsea went in and paid double the price for him.
Yeah.
They've lost Yves Bissouma as well to Tottenham earlier in the season, so it's a tough trip for them. Will Ronaldo play? He's only played 45 minutes over the summer. It's nowhere near enough. It's nowhere near enough.
How much did it cost?
When they bought him back last summer, I can't remember how much he actually cost, but it's wages with Ronaldo. That's the thing. That's the issue. But it's a 2-year contract. He wants to leave now. He will go. There's no question about that. I mean, the problem is that United can't sign the player from Barcelona they want because he's owed £30 million to get out of his contract, so he's not going anywhere. And once you, I mean, to me, Man United, you're from up north, you know how important Man United were as a club. If you go to Man United, the only way was down. Now they're fighting to get a player who doesn't really want to join them. So surely, for the sake of your brand, your reputation, you've got to pull away from that. You know, would you go on a date with someone who didn't really want to go on a date with you? You know, that's the...
Well, you might, Aidan. I don't know the number of dates you go on.
if I talk for often enough, I won't be getting many more. So they're playing today. West Ham, Man City as well. A gentleman I was with at Charlton yesterday. I should give a shout out yesterday. I was in the Co-op. I went to Charlton, did some presenting work, and I was in the Co-op afterwards buying some T-bone steak McCoy's crisps, and Grandad Ray came up to me.
Who's Grandad Ray?
I don't know. He's just an old bloke who supports Charlton. Sorry, I assume he's quite old. He looked quite old. And he called. And he's got a shirt.
46.
He came and go, you're on GB News, son. And I went, yeah, I am. Yeah, he goes, the whole channel, breath of fresh air.
Oh, nice stuff.
So that was good. And so, yeah, West Ham in action for Man City. But the guy I was alongside yesterday, Alan Kirbysh, legendary child manager, he's going to West Ham today. He wanted to see Man City and he's there on his doorstep. So he's gone to see them in a nice box today.
Right. Okay. Oh, good. Now, you wanted to talk about, Ellie, I know you wanted to talk
Evie
about...
Smith.
Yeah.
The Commonwealth Games.
So I might have mentioned yesterday, I was at Bromley South. I see an old friend of mine the other day, Neil Smith, who's a former footballer. He won promotion with Fulham, Reading, Gillingham back in the day. Had played with Gazza and Lineker at Tottenham at the start of his career. And he's on his way to Birmingham. I just thought he was trying to get away from me. He was worried he's going to get caught up in a chat while he's waiting for his train.
Oh,
so and he's on his way...
You'd missed 2 or 3.
Yeah, exactly. I know. They'd be off timetable by the time they finish the chat. So anyway, he went to Birmingham. And I said, why are you going to Birmingham? He goes, my daughter, she's 17. She's competing in the diving today. Now, she represents the Crystal Palace Club. So that's high praise indeed. Her father coaches at Cray Wanderers. It's a local football club in the area. She's competing this morning. We've got a picture of her there in action for the benefit of our radio listeners. And I think we've got some video as well. But, yeah, 17. He wasn't sure how far she'd go in the sport, but she's surprised everybody. I think one of his other daughters is also a diver, but I can't confirm that. But, yeah, in action today, I believe. I'm not sure if she's a medal hope. But sometimes, I mean, I covered Rebecca Adlington in 2008. Yeah. I was told she was only at Beijing for the experience. And I was the only British journalist to have interviewed her by this point. I get a call from the mate from The Guardian, from this, the Observer Sport Monthly, saying, oh, Aidan, you're the only person to have interviewed Rebecca Adlington. I went, who's she? Oh, that was 3 months ago. I said, oh, yeah, have her number, give her a call. And I forgot about it again, came in on Sunday night. There she was standing on the podium with a gold medal around her neck. Yeah. And I was told she was just there for the experience. So you do get... So hopefully that will happen for Evie.
This could be Evie.
Yeah. Who knows? We'll know a bit later on, and I'm here all day, so I'll be keeping you up to speed with all that. Yeah.
And she's only 17.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know enough about diving to know whether that. I mean, that does seem very young to me. She's born in 2005, so
that's stressful.
I know exactly. So I don't, but I think there are. You know, the field is quite young. But then I looked at some of the men who were diving yesterday. I mean, we said it, or I said, not we. But we said the 3mm dive, didn't we? Got that wrong.
3mm dive. That's what everyone could do.
So Evie's in the 3mm. Say that again. She's going. Her dad's going to go mad, isn't he? So it's 3 metres, but it's a springboard. So you're not diving off from 3 metres, which sounds a bit lame.
Which is what I thought.
Yeah, exactly. But you're bouncing up and down. You go up in the air. I mean, you've seen it on the video. It looks outstanding. But let's hope we can get behind us today. I mean, England are doing very well with the medals. The thing is, in their medals table, you're second behind Australia. But of course, all the UK nations are competing individually. Yeah. Normally at Olympics you'd be aggregated. A bit unfair, really, 4 countries, isn't it? But
well, it is really.
I know. So it's not Australia can round up New Zealand and Fiji and say, yeah, we're all one team.
Yeah.
I was watching the Commonwealth Games last night when I got in, and I was like, what sport would you choose if you could do any sport at the Commonwealth Games? What would you do? I'd be a sprinter for sure. Yeah, the glory.
I wasn't a good runner, I have to say. I mean, I could open a tin of beans with my left foot when I played football, I must admit. But I just couldn't run, which is why I'm sitting here today and not earning what Ronaldo's earning.
So what do you think then?
In the Commonwealth Games, 3mm dive I quite fancy.
Okay, you'd be a diver, Stephen.
Leisurely breaststroke. I mean, I'm not a very good swimmer. I'm not a very confident swimmer, but a little gentle breaststroke.
Yeah. To be honest, I'll probably do hockey.
Hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good one.
It's football with a stick, isn't it?
You enjoyed that yesterday, you said?
Yeah, I did, yeah, that's right. Well, they're playing, England are playing in the final today against Australia, 3 o'clock. We'll watch out for that one.
One to watch.
I think they've got a real hope of winning.
And you said it's good to watch as well.
Oh, yes, excellent to watch. It's fast-paced, yeah, it really is good. It's a little bit... Dawn Neeson was telling me she got injured at school playing hockey and she found it very dangerous. And she was talking about how she wasn't able to play football at school because it wasn't on offer. She had to play hockey instead, clearly quite an upmarket school. And but she got injured on with the sticks.
Jolly hockey sticks.
Exactly, yeah. I know.
Well,
I know.
Yeah, no, vicious.
Savage, though.
Vicious. Aidan, thank you. We'll see you a little bit later.
Thanks, Aidan.
Good stuff. Don't go anywhere. Got all the papers heading your way in just a few minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
7:37, this is Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie. Morning to you. Ellie's off for a barbecue this afternoon.
Yeah, and it's got you all talking.
And she didn't know what to take, but thankfully you've come to the rescue.
You really have. I've got a whole wad of suggestions here. I'm going to read out some of my favourite. Susan, I think this might be a very good idea for me this afternoon. Ellie, do a pudding, eat and mess. Waxed paper dishes, meringue, double cream, raspberries. Whack it all together. Very easy.
Yeah, that is easy.
I want an easy
nice
dish to take after my nap this afternoon. So.
Carol says I'm right. Thanks, Carol. Knock up a leafy salad with falafel and jarred artichoke, she says. Yum, and it's different. Sounds posh, but actually it's dead easy. That,
I do like falafel, though. Emily likes Angel Delight like you do.
Oh, really? Where's
Yeah,
that?
she says we went to a friend's dinner party in December. We had pudding, chocolate, Angel Delight. So it's meandering oranges and sliced up chocolate rolls with chocolate Angel Delight. It was beautiful. One of the best puddings I've ever had. I've replicated it so many times. Simple, but tasty. Could you also say hello to my husband, Chris, who is looking after me after an operation? He has been a star. Well, Chris, thank you for looking after Emily for us. And Emily, thank you for your suggestion. That sounds great. I love orange and I love chocolate.
Yeah, I think, Chris,
That's
you should knock up one of these special puddings for Emily.
Great idea.
Have that in bed, recovering from the op. A good excuse to have a load of pudding. That's what I say. Keep your thoughts coming through. GB Views at gbnews.uk. Let's have a look at the front pages for you. Start with the Sunday Times. It leads with a young mother jailed in England for 2 years for having an abortion. Look at the details on that. Also looks at Rishi Sunak's multi-billion-pound package promise to ease the cost of living crisis.
The Observer leads with former PM Gordon Brown warning the Tory government and Boris Johnson that they need to sign off on an emergency budget to combat the cost of living.
The Mail on Sunday says 4 in 10 boat migrants are from war-free Albania. That's according to leaked military intelligence reports.
The Sunday Express leads with the GB News exclusive interview with Rishi Sunak and his promise to jail child groomers for life.
The Sunday Mirror homes in on the NSPCC's alert over TikTok and people apparently targeting schoolgirls being paid for wearing their uniform.
Oh, it's not nice, is it? Right, well, time to go through the rest of the papers now. Joining us now is Mary-Anne Ahotta and Tom Slater. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Tom, we were talking about Boris and Carrie Johnson renting out one of their multi-million pound properties, but churches are now renting rooms as well. Tell us about that.
Yes, we've heard of camping, we've heard of glamping. They're calling this champing, which is a bit of a stretch.
Right,
but
at the bit?
it's not exactly. Champing at the bit doesn't quite work, but there's a number of churches which have put themselves excuse me, on a website to allow people to basically rent them out for the night. So for as little as £49, you could stay in a number of historic churches and become a key holder for the night. And it's something which is interesting insofar as it's being pushed as a kind of means through which obviously they can make up some money for their particular parish and their particular flock, but also for people to have a kind of unique experience. It should be said that you don't get many amenities. One of the better equipped ones boasts electricity, hot water and a fridge. None of them have any showers, so they suggest that you keep a wide berth from other people where you might be staying if you're staying for more than a couple of nights. But no, an interesting little idea in order for people to be able to enjoy a slightly more budget holiday but also have an interesting experience off the back of it, sounds like.
I suppose. A bit weird.
It doesn't look very fun, though. Can you hold up that photo for people who are
it's
watching
like camping in, you know, people pay to...
If you just hold it up a little bit there, it doesn't look very...
Well, people pay to spend the night in a museum and stuff. You know, you can... Yeah. You can kind of have a sleepover at the museum and you sleep in the Great Hall of the Natural History Museum looking at the dinosaurs or whatnot. And I think it's kind of cool, sleeping in a church.
I don't know. I feel like it's haunted, or that you know.
Doesn't look very luxurious going by this bloke's Z bed and portable kettle.
And it'd be cold as well.
It's going to be cold.
It might be a bit chilly.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that's going to catch on.
If I was the vicar, I wanted to be check the font in the morning. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness! I was thinking, like, because people would have a wash in it.
No.
And that's not what you meant.
Bathe in holy water.
I mean, are these churches that are consecrated, or are they churches that are deconsecrated?
From what I can tell, they're actually still working.
Kind of like active.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, well, if you stay there on a Saturday night, you're going to get an early wake-up call. No sleeping in for you. The Sun on Sunday, Mary-Anne, searching for Prince Harry.
Yeah, so The Crown, the TV series, are apparently searching for an actor to play Prince Harry at the age of 13. So they need a young actor who has a strong physical resemblance to the young prince, but also has really good acting chops, because, let's be honest, there was a lot going on in that kid's life.
Oh.
Does a strong physical resemblance to Prince Harry just mean they have to have red hair?
I think, you know, and the shape of the face and, you know, the rest of their body.
I don't know, he was quite a generic 13-year-old boy, wasn't he? You know.
Oh, he was
I don't
cute.
think all 13-year-old... What are you talking about?
As 13-year-olds go. Not
No,
most.
yeah, they're not all the same. It depends on what they look like, Stephen. You should never be on border security, can I just say? You're like, oh, they all look the same. Let them through. Whatever. They're all kid-aged people. Anyway, so if you are sitting at home eating cornflakes next to a kid who loves acting and looks a bit like Prince Harry...
And it's ginger.
Well, I guess you can dye your hair. Don't get fixated on the ginger, you weirdos. Then, no previous professional acting experience required. This could be
a big break.
Chance. They've been looking since last year, since last May, and they still haven't found someone who hits the mark. So, big break. Maybe there's a viewer out there.
Maybe.
It is amazing seeing it on social media as well. I've seen quite a lot on TikTok. I think it might have been for Diana. No, it's for a young Kate. It was a previous call for a young Kate, and it was all these young ladies putting up videos of their face next to a young Kate Middleton, and the resemblance is uncanny. It's amazing. The amount of doppelgangers out there, incredible. So hopefully,
maybe
see some of
Stephen's
those.
right. Everyone does look all the same.
They do. They do.
Do you know what?
They do at that age.
There's a cameraman here. Have you met Ben?
No.
Ben is Prince Harry. He looks exactly like Prince Harry, and apparently when he goes out, he always gets asked, "Are you Prince Harry?"
And does he
he's
ever
not,
pretend
obviously,
that he
works
is? Does he ever pretend?
I think he's used it in clubs before, I think, for sure. But he's 20. Stephen, it's too early. Too early for that kind of chat.
He's 20.
He's 20-something. He's very young, so he could maybe do the next season.
There you go.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I'd
could be
put him
it.
forward. He looks uncanny.
Sunday Times, Tom, Edinburgh Festivals and a trigger warning. I love these trigger warnings.
I know there's an endless array of ridiculous stories come out of this. So,
you may find this amusing.
Exactly.
Sort of trigger warning.
Some of the examples in here are brilliant. So, of course, the Edinburgh Fringe, it's back for its first proper year since the pandemic. So there was a lot on Zoom, I think, in the first year, and then very limited audiences last year, and now everyone's back. But as the story puts here, it's now being plagued by an outbreak of these particular trigger warnings. Some of the examples in here are really quite funny. So there's a satirical sort of late-night play about Boris Johnson, which there's a warning that it might involve swearing, nudity and scenes of a sexual nature. I think that would be priced in. There's a one-man show, it was a monologue, I should say, about Kurt Cobain, which they say it contains, warning that it contains drug references, which, again, you would think was more or less there. And I think my favourite is there's a puppet show called Famous Puppet Death Scenes, which had a warning for violence.
Right.
Even though it's, pint-sized violence in this particular case.
Well,
So
I
it's
mean,
just
they're doing what they say on the tin, sort of thing.
I dare say you don't need those warnings necessarily. You could probably pick it up yourself. But it is this kind of quite infantilising idea that you have, which is that everyone is potentially going to be re-traumatised by something, whether it's a Kurt Cobain monologue or a puppet show. You need to wrap everyone in cotton wool as a result of that. I think it's very, very odd.
I don't think they count as trigger warnings. And also, providing someone with information is a useful thing. That's not saying, careful, you might not be ready for this. Just saying, this is what's in it. Make up your mind. That's empowering. You should be up, like free speech and decision-making and independence and liberalism.
You're not going to go and see a monologue about Kurt Cobain unless you think, oh, it's about Kurt Cobain. You're not going to know about Kurt Cobain without knowing about drug use.
I think lots of people who are younger than us might not know who Kurt Cobain is.
Then why would you go?
Well, because they're in Edinburgh, they're at the Fringe. I think you go and just see a bunch of random stuff that you don't know what it is. You go, let's go in here and see what this is about.
And you can do that without needing all these warnings, I think. And I understand that some people say, I mean, even in the story, there's people who suggest, for certain things, you can understand why they would put it up there, if there's things that could be particularly traumatic and re-traumatise people. But even when people have done research on this, they've found that these trigger warnings aren't necessarily very useful for those kinds of people.
It has to be specific information, Because
that approach to suggesting that almost you have to... Even people who've gone through very serious trauma, even wrapping them in cotton wool is not a good idea, insofar as that's not actually how you treat people necessarily. So I think the whole idea is a bit ridiculous, and it's obviously going... It just seems to be spreading and spreading. Particularly in the arts, you see it on, streaming services for, like, Disney films, warnings being put up that it reflects values that we no longer hold. All these kinds of things are just pretty rampant at the moment. I get that it's well-meaning, but it's also quite ridiculous, I think.
Yeah, I just find it very odd.
I think it's unhelpful to have something like contains violence, because you're like, well, what... Unless it's for children and you go, I don't want my child to see anything violent, or my child will be upset by something violent. So my kid's 4 and he hates things that are either terribly unfair or where the baddie does something bad to the goodie, even though you go, it's OK, I think it's going to be all right in a minute. He's like, I don't like this, I don't want this, I don't want this. So I would make choices based on, the kind of
but what next?
Movies that are out now.
The Harry Potter movie saying, warning, this contains magic.
Sinister occultism in this one.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I think that's the age warnings, that's exactly it. But if someone's an adult, you should trust them to engage with this stuff. I think that's the big difference.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Can we talk about singing when you're cleaning the toilet? Or this one person?
A specific person who sings.
A specific person.
And happens to clean the toilet. So this guy is called Stephen Nicholas. He has been singing in pubs for like 35 years and all of a sudden finds himself the star of the show. He's got a song called Life is for Living, and he records under the act name Hassel. It's been downloaded 30,000 times already, and he's set to make around 18 grand because of the download and streaming services. And he's very excited because he might be a kind of a chart topper.
What sort of music does he do?
And he happens to be a cleaner. Reggae.
Oh.
So it's been downloaded more than 30,000 times. On Thursday, it was on a roll. It was number 11.
On a roll? Toilet roll? Oh, come on, that was pretty
I was trying to think of it like a retort. I was thinking about it, so I couldn't. I'm too slow. It's too early.
That was quick.
Yes, there you go. So he says he's not going to give up the day job, though.
No.
Cost of living crisis, and also he thinks this is kind of a bit bizarre and funny, so he's going to take it on the chin.
Maybe he'll get people queuing up to hear him sing. He can charge per performance.
Yeah, like little unplugged, really boutique,
intimate venue.
Intimate audiences.
Very intimate venue. To be fair. Oh, good for him, though.
Yeah, he seems like a very nice bloke.
Yeah. I want to hear it. Where is it? On YouTube?
On all your regular streaming services.
Yeah.
99 pence, and he'll make, I don't know, like 0.01p out of that, probably.
Well, he's doing that. If he's 30,000 downloads and he's made 18 grand, that's not bad, actually. Is it? That's not a bad return.
Yeah. Well, it says he gets up to 69 pence per download, but I'm not... That sounds like a lot of money.
But if people
I don't
are
think he
paying
gets
for
that much.
It must be people are paying for the downloads rather than the free streaming service where it gets...
Yeah, sure. But even that, I don't know, up to 69 pence is probably the key. So he might not be getting 18 grand. Maybe that's why he's not giving up his job.
Yeah. Good for him, I say.
Yeah,
good for him.
You.
Well done, Stephen. Everybody go and have a listen to Life is for Living.
Should you happen to be watching, get in touch. You never know.
Perform
Might
for
be.
us, please.
Yeah, we would do as well.
We'd like that.
Take a bit of that live. Mary-Anne, Tom, thank you. We're going to leave it there for now because we're going to talk about marriage now. You've been married just the once, haven't you?
Just the once, yeah.
Just the once.
So far, so good.
The current Mr. Oh.
So far, so good.
Well, he's not Mr. O'Hutton.
No, he's not, is he?
I'm Mrs. Craig, but yeah.
Craig, yes.
yeah.
You're the current Mrs. Craig. You're not married, Tom.
Current Mrs. Craig.
No. There you go. Well, there you go. How many marriages are too many? Well, Sean Bean, who I had no idea had such a turbulent married life, is set to star in a new BBC show called Marriage. It's about how a couple negotiate the ups and downs of a 30-year marriage. But in real life, he's never managed 30 years because he's been married 5 times, one more than J-Lo, who's currently on husband number 4.
But just how risky are these multiple marriages? Well, Jessica Lee is a barrister in family law, and she tells us how people are embarking on their 2nd, 3rd, 4th or even 5th marriage. And she's going to tell us how they can protect themselves. She joins us now. Good morning to you, Jessica. Thank you so much for joining us. So, I mean, for people who are getting married this many times, Sean Bean's saying he does it for romance, but there's got to be a financial implication as well with all these divorces.
Well, there is a financial implication, of course, with that number of divorces. I mean, what I would say is that there's been some significant developments in law. No doubt you've discussed the topic with the heading No Fault Divorce on your programme, and that's changes that came in earlier this year, which essentially take out it was called the blame game, people having to make criticisms of each other before they get divorced. There's also been some reforms to shorten the time length for divorces to go through because of the anxiety and stress that it given. So that's the background. So in the backdrop of those reforms, and also a push towards more mediation to allow people to try and settle their financial issues around their marital assets before they move on to their new life. That's important background. Then in terms of moving forward, and I'm obviously not one to stand in the way of true love, but I would say that if you're embarking on a 2nd, 3rd, 4th or even a 5th marriage, you do need to look perhaps at your asset base, at your children, if you might have grown-up children or younger children, and discuss and have full and frank discussions about needs for those children or other dependents going forward. And I would say that those are conversations that are happening far more often now before people embark upon marriage. And that's a really positive and helpful step. So people go in with their eyes open, but can still have their romantic wedding day at the end of it all.
I just find, you know what, I find it really odd, Jessica, that people think, oh, I'm going to still, you know, true love, and if you make a mistake once, well, perhaps that happens to a lot of people. But to be getting married 4 or 5 times, that's just crazy, isn't it?
Well, it's quite unusual. I mean, I would say that a lot of my clients and people I work with, it's often a 2nd or 3rd marriage. 4th or 5th is more unusual. In fact, in my experience, it's rare, I would say. And I think also at that point, clients or people just wanting some advice need to really check with themselves about why they're making that commitment again. That's a personal matter, and obviously we let clients make those own personal decisions, but it's very important and very helpful often that people understand all of the implications about going into yet another marriage. I would say, though, the 4th and 5th, the Sean Bean, the J-Lo numbers are less often, to say the least.
Jessica, what's your advice then? You've seen so many marriages and so many couples, and I'm sure you've met many who've also gone the distance as well. I mean, what should a person be looking for in a successful marriage?
I would really say that those conversations about what is it that we want to develop as a couple in our life together, regarding where we live, regarding careers, regarding children. There are, of course, as always in everybody's life, difficulties and ups and downs that you can't plan for, and actually you don't know how one is going to respond to them, such as ill health and so on. That's impossible. But to have a totally clear understanding about what it is you want from this union, from this partnership, you'll be surprised how many people don't have those conversations, actually. And the people that do, in my experience, often find it easier to navigate the ups and downs of life.
Yes, you've got to stick to it. Just very, very briefly, because we're almost out of time, talk about all the no-fault business. There's still those people, and quite rightly so sometimes, who just want to take the other half to the cleaners.
Well, I can tell you that actually is the opposite of the approach and the advice that people are given. The emotional upset, the hurt, once that falls away, actually most people do want to reach a reasonable settlement. And I can assure you that the advice given and the approach by family lawyers is to help them with that and to let them see that in the end, the best approach is to try and make this as amicable as possible, which might be difficult, but to try and help them to see that. So what you see on the films and the take them to the cleaners approach is the last approach that should be adopted in most cases. In fact, all if possible.
Jessica Lee, it's really good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. I know someone who wants to take her husband to the cleaners.
Yeah.
Frankly, I don't blame her. But there you go, that's a different story.
Jessica Lee didn't approve of that
No,
plan,
it might not be the right approach. There you go.
Well, she knows her stuff, doesn't she?
Anyway, look, don't go anywhere. All the top stories coming up after the weather.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking sunny for many, although some rain will affect parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland. Let's take a look at the details.
There'll be hardly a cloud in the sky across southwest England. Light winds, so it feels warm. Some relief from the warmth can be found on the coasts.
Southeast England and East Anglia may see some cloud bubble up around lunchtime, but it will still be warm with temperatures already into the low 20s.
Now, on to Wales. May see a little bit of cloud for many, but it's going to be dry. Some sunny at lunchtime. Temperatures in Cardiff should hit about 20 Celsius.
The dry spell will also be continuing across the Midlands with a mix of sunny spells and a little cloud bubbling up there too. Temperatures in Birmingham will be about 19 Celsius at lunchtime.
Now, Northern England is going to see a fair bit of cloud this lunchtime, and the cloud may just be thick enough for the odd spot of rain in the far north.
The most persistent rain, though, will once again be across parts of Scotland. However, eastern parts may be largely sheltered from the rain, with some sunshine developing.
Now, a little bit of rain may also affect the north coast of Northern Ireland, but elsewhere it's going to be pretty dry, although, as you can see, often quite cloudy today.
OK, heading towards the evening, we'll see some little change with the sunnier skies across the south, and that is how the weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Sunday the 7th of August. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Ellie.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, online and on your radio. So wherever you are and whatever you're up to today, you can take us with you.
There's no escape. Here's what you're waking up to this morning. Well, after months of legal battles, Archie Battersby has passed away in hospital. His family say what they have gone through is barbaric.
There is absolutely nothing dignified about watching a family member or a child suffocate. No family should ever have to go through what we've been through. It's barbaric.
We've been hearing reactions from doctors and grief specialists throughout the programme this morning. We're going to talk to a philosopher in a couple of minutes.
Rishi Sunak has promised to crack down on university degrees that do not improve students' earning potential as he attempts to reignite support for his leadership bid. The latest polls of Tory members continue to have Liz Truss ahead of Sunak by over 38 points.
We're going to be talking to Damien Hines later on this hour. He's backing Rishi Sunak, so we'll see what he has to say.
Energy bills could be crippling for the most vulnerable this winter, as the price cap is estimated to rise to £3,700. Some people may have to turn to debt to pay for their bills. Experts say the future is uncertain.
The hope is that the real crunch of this won't last too long and then people can start to get back on their feet. But obviously, a lot of that remains to be seen and depends on so many different factors, from what the government does, who the new Prime Minister is, what policies they announce, to what the Bank of England does next.
Rail passengers will be forced to face new disruptions as train drivers at 9 companies have confirmed yet another strike next weekend. We'll talk to the travel expert Simon Calder.
And as ever, you can join in on any of our discussions that we're having this morning by emailing gbnews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at gbnews.
Well, 12-year-old Archie Battersby has died following doctors removing life support. His mum, Holly Dance, has been at the centre of legal bids to try to keep him on life support against the advice of doctors, including bringing his case to the European Court of Human Rights.
Well, following her son's passing, Miss Dance said, "It's with my deepest sympathy and sadness to tell you that Archie has passed. He fought right until the very end, and I'm so proud to be his mum."
Well, it's an awful situation on all sides. There's no getting away from that. But it opens up quite a lot of questions about how all this is handled and should be handled in the future. So let's talk to philosopher Dr. Piers Ben, who joins us in the studio. Good to see you.
Hello.
As always.
Hello.
This does raise questions on medical ethics,
yes,
and the rights of parents versus the rights of medics and the rights of the court system.
Yes, I mean, the first thing to say is it's a truly tragic case, as you said, and my heart goes out to the parents of this boy. It's hard to imagine anything worse than losing a child, really, and that must always be borne in mind. Your question about it's effectively about who should decide what should be done. Now, in general, every effort is made to bring about agreement between parents and doctors when it comes to treatment and when it comes to decisions about when treatment will be futile, whatever futile might mean here. In rare cases when there's no agreement, it will go to court. It's not the case that doctors have an automatic right to decide what happens, but usually you find that the courts will take expert advice and they will decide in these cases. And the sort of case where this might arise would be the reverse case, where, let's say, the parents who have some religious beliefs that prevent, that not allow blood transfusions, might want when the child to have a blood transfusion. The doctor will say, well, it's in the child's best interest because he or she is a minor. In this case, it's the reverse case, but it's the same sort of thing. And I think basically the question is, what is in the best interest of the patient? Clearly, there was a disagreement about what was in Archie's best interest. Was to live, if live is the right word, in this state of, let's say, organ support, as some would put it, or was it to be allowed to die? And clearly the disagreement came down to that.
I've got an email here from Anna Firthsoffer. She's the MP for Archie Battersby's family. It's in Southend West in Essex. And she sent me this email yesterday saying that, the frontline workers in the Royal London Hospital were there for Archie. They cared for him. They did their very, very best. But she did say that she thinks there are serious lessons to be learned from this case. Any decision about removing a child from life support, she says, should be made also with those who love them very dearly. So it does raise that question, doesn't it? There was this big issue in this case about whether or not Archie was brainstem dead, and the doctors said that they considered him to be so. The family didn't want to believe that, did they? They were still clinging on to hope, and that's what caused the issue in this case.
Well, there's a factual question about brainstem death, and I know there's been a controversy about whether he had been diagnosed as brainstem death, and indeed what that actually means and what its philosophical implications are. But then there's the question about who should decide what should happen. Clearly, best practice dictates that decisions are made taking into account the wishes and views of all concerned. That would include the parents and the patient, if possible, though not, of course, in this case. And that would clearly be desirable. You want to have a discussion that doesn't lead to courts. If it comes to court, there's been a sort of failure. The trouble is, though, that no doctor can be obliged or compelled to offer treatment that they do not consider to be of any practical benefit. And doctors are, on the whole, that they're obviously fallible, they can be wrong, but on the whole, they are the experts about what is medically appropriate, leaving ethical questions aside, which doctors are no more expert in than anybody else. And in this sort of case, well, doctors decided it wasn't in the best interest of the child. Now, here the question is, well, what do we mean by that? Some would say that the child was alive in the sense that his organs were being kept going. But also, it seemed to be the case that there was a catastrophic brain injury, which would have meant that there was no serious chance of the poor boy ever being restored to a conscious, self-aware life of relationship. He wasn't ever going to be alive in that biographical sense, if you like, as opposed to a biological sense, even if he had that. So I think that, most people, I think, would agree. You get these cases coming up in other cases where, it's perfectly standard practice, and the Paediatrics College advised this, that there are certain cases where if a child is brain dead or in a persistent vegetative state, treatment is of no benefit. And in general, even the most conservative pro-life people will say you're not obliged to strive officiously to keep alive. Nobody says you must keep life going at all costs. I think the disagreement came around to, if you like, ethical issues around that. And it was terrible, and the whole situation's terrible, and it was a failure that came to court. But in the end, you can't actually have relatives deciding what should happen. That's unfortunate.
That's the crux of it, because there will be people, and certainly the Battersbys and the Dances were saying, we are the parents, therefore it should be our decision. And it's about who has the right over that child.
Indeed.
And of course, the courts have turned around and said, well, actually, under these circumstances, it's not you.
And unfortunately, I think that's correct. You can't, if you generalise this, if you have, for example, parents demanding treatments like homeopathic or naturopathic treatments with no proven efficacy, it's obviously not right. Obviously, parents can't demand treatments of doctors that doctors know to be ineffective. Doctors are autonomous too, if you like. They must make ethically responsible decisions. And in law, there's no proxy consent in English law. Relatives can't make decisions. It's simply not the case that relatives always will have the best interests of patients. Obviously, in this case, they do.
I suppose that's up for negotiation as well, isn't it? In that they think they do, rather than what is actually seen to be the best. That's the difference, isn't it?
Well, you just put your finger on it. They think they do. And, of course, everybody in this case, I'm quite sure, is well-intentioned. What you can have in other cases where relatives aren't well-intentioned, where they say, oh, my 95-year-old grandmother, he wants to die, when they have their eye on their money. This is the danger, obviously. Though in this case, obviously, that's not the case. Clearly it's a horrible case because the parents love him desperately. And as I said, there's nothing worse than losing a child. It's terrible. But in the end, when you come down to who should decide, I don't think you can have a situation where parents can determine what should happen in treatment, sadly.
OK, Piers Bennett, it's fascinating to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So difficult and so emotive, but it's being able to take that step back, isn't it? Which is effectively what the courts did in all of this and came to the conclusion they did. But obviously, if you've got any thoughts, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
And just on Piers' point about love there, I think that's something that really struck me yesterday. The judge, in her notes in her judgment on Friday, when she finally said that life support treatment would be withdrawn from Archie Battersby, she said the parents' unconditional love and devotion to Archie was a golden thread, she described it as, that had run throughout the whole legal battle. Because at the crux of all of this, it is great love, isn't it? So, really tragic story. But I'm sure lots of you have your thoughts on what Piers Ben was just talking about there. So do share them with us. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
It is 8:11. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other stories. And Rishi Sunak has criticised Liz Truss, describing her planned tax cuts as starry-eyed boosterism. Sounds like a Boris Johnson sort of quote, doesn't it? Speaking in the Sunday Times, the former Chancellor said putting borrowed money into the economy risks making inflation worse. Liz Truss has said she's going to hold an emergency budget in September to immediately cut taxes.
A new report commissioned by Gordon Brown says government support for low-income households will not cover the rising cost of living. It's expected some families will be up to £1,600 worse off a year. The former Prime Minister is demanding an emergency budget before a financial time bomb in October.
The Environment Secretary urging water companies to ban hosepipes as forecasters predict dry weather for most of the next week. George Eustice said some firms have rightly taken action and is encouraging others to do the same.
An 11-year-old girl has died after going missing at a water park in Windsor. Members of the public joined emergency services in the search at Liquid Leisure yesterday afternoon before she was rushed to Wrexham Park Hospital. Her death is being treated as unexplained and an investigation is underway.
So Rishi Sunak is today setting out his vision for the future of education. He's promised to cancel university degrees that don't improve students' earning potential. The former Chancellor has also promised to set up a Russell Group, a sort of the higher tier, if you like, of technical colleges, which will focus in on teaching practical skills for the UK's stagnant industrial sector.
Well, currently, Liz Truss's lead over her rival has grown in the latest YouGov polls, with the Foreign Secretary currently holding 69% of the headline vote to Rishi Sunak's 31%.
Well, let's talk to the MP for East Hampshire and former Education Secretary Damien Hines, who's backing Rishi Sunak for the leadership. Good to see you this morning.
Nice to see you. How are you?
What do you make of these plans then? Because it doesn't really seem to, I've got to say, from the outset, saying, well, we're going to cancel these degrees which don't seem to offer increased earning potential. Well, how do you even begin to work that out?
Actually, lots of people do work that out. There's an awful lot of analysis that goes on to look at those things. Look, we have some of the best universities in the world, and for huge numbers of young people, it's a great option to go into higher education. But there are obviously some degrees, some institutions which are not delivering well for those young people. And when you're asking people to take on significant amounts of financial liability, debt as a result of that degree, it's important that it's a really high quality degree. Earnings is part of it, but it's not the only part. There's lots of other aspects to look at about the quality of a degree to make sure it's really, really delivering for those young people.
Brett's been in touch. He makes a really good point, actually, which I'll put to you if you don't mind. He says, when it comes to education, I think it should all be free and funded and encouraged by government. By charging, you're putting a chokehold on access and growth. How can you reach your potential if you're not allowed the information you need to get there because you were born poor? I mean, this all stems down to the idea of trying to get more and more people to university and therefore the government couldn't fund it. Should we be going back to a system where actually the government pays for it but fewer people are going, based purely on meritocracy?
Well, I'm not sure that ever was based sort of purely on meritocracy. The truth is, in the old days, when there was no charge to go to university, far fewer people went, and a lot of people were therefore excluded from university. Actually, a result of the systems that came in, first, of course, under the Labour government, but then the big expansion, the big reforms under the coalition government, the result of that was that more people from lower-income backgrounds were able to go to university, and I think that's a good thing. What this is talking about today, the announcement from Rishi Sunak on education, is doing a few things. First of all, making absolutely sure that the value proposition for young people going to university is a good one by making sure that courses are really high quality and are giving a great education. But it's also about people who don't go to university. It's about levelling up, if you like, getting equal prestige for technical and vocational education, which has huge potential in our country. And you hear Rishi talking about innovation, about science, about technology, all these things we can grasp in the future. They require really top-notch skills, and that's where technical and vocational education has a lot to add. And you mentioned in your introduction things like creating a Russell group of technical colleges, Regis professorships, making sure that the prestige absolutely is there, because these are different educational options for young people to go down, but they are of equal value, and we need to make sure that that is seen to be so.
Look, the one thing that strikes me with that is that, I mean, because I went to university in 1992 at the Nottingham Trent University, which up until the term I started was Nottingham Polytechnic, and it was, which were effectively technical colleges, really, and so it was the Conservative government at the time that got rid of polytechnics and allowed them to become universities. Now it almost seems to be a reversal of that Rishi Sunak's proposing.
No, actually, Stephen, not at all. In many ways, it's part of that. It's part of that same philosophy, is to say that whatever choice you make about the type of subject you do, actually there is. You deserve to have a really, really top quality delivery of that education, and we have fantastic education of all types actually in this country. But I think everybody recognises that often that higher education route, the university route, is what a lot of people think is the gold standard. But there's absolutely also a gold standard in technical and vocational education. We've had things like reforms of apprenticeships. We've got new T levels that are now really, really good qualification, age 16 to 18. And what Rishi wants to do is to take that further, to make sure we seize opportunities both at the individual level so that everybody can fulfill their potential in life, but also for our country, to make sure we've got the skills that we can compete effectively internationally. We can be a centre of excellence for these new industries. We can improve our productivity, and that's what creates jobs and growth.
I want you to the latest YouGov poll that we've just mentioned there in our opening sequence. 69% to Liz Truss, to Rishi Sunak's 31%. We do know that Tory party members generally vote early. I mean, is this race all but won now for Liz Truss? Can Rishi bring this back at all?
I don't know what's going on with these polls. I don't think anybody really knows. I mean, what I can tell you is that from what I hear, from speaking to party members, and I've spoken to a lot of party members, I mean, first of all, there's an awful lot of people have not made up their mind. And people know this is a really, really, really important decision. And they are taking their time. They're watching the hustings. They are listening to the candidates. They're seeking, if they can, to meet the candidates. And to hear more before casting their vote. And the second thing to say is, if the people I speak to who have made up their mind, I'm hearing from a lot more people who are saying they are going for Rishi than would be suggested by the polls. I don't know what's going on in these national polls. That's a question for other people. But actually, what this is about making the right decision. And I believe Rishi Sunak is the right choice for leadership in these difficult times, and many of us, and of course he had more support among MPs than any other candidate every stage through the parliamentary stage. We're going to be continuing to make that case.
So, Damien, you say it's all still to play for. Of course, the most important thing is policy at this point. It's policy that's going to get those votes. So, but Rishi Sunak has criticised Liz Truss and her planned tax cuts. He's called them starry-eyed boosterism. She is going to do an emergency budget, she says, if she comes into office in September. Rishi Sunak hasn't made that pledge. I mean, some people would say Liz Truss at least is making action and trying to tackle the cost of living with an emergency budget. Nothing yet from Rishi Sunak.
Well, no, not at all. I mean, first of all, of course, we are partway through the delivery of the programme that Rishi Sunak spearheaded while he was at the Treasury, for the targeted direct help coming through now, £1,200 for the most vulnerable households, proportion of that, a universal element of support. And he's been clear that more can be done. And of course, we have to be able to respond to the exact circumstances that we find come the autumn. But he has been clear that that more help may be needed and can be forthcoming. And it's wrong. It's absolutely wrong to put out of the question having further direct help. I'm not sure it's right at all. In fact, I'm sure it isn't right at all to call that kind of help handouts. This is not about handouts. This is about a unique situation that we find ourselves in. Combination of COVID and Putin's aggression in Ukraine, and people are finding it extremely difficult to deal with that. And I think it is right that government is there to help, and that's exactly the kind of approach that Rishi took actually in COVID, and made sure that it was possible to give direct help and to do it quickly in a targeted way. And that's his approach now again with the cost of living crisis.
You mentioned earlier on when we were talking about education, you mentioned the importance of levelling up and getting poorer students to higher education. Levelling up is still a key part of the agenda for the Conservatives, so we're told, for both candidates. So why then did Rishi Sunak say, Labour shoved money into deprived urban areas, and I'm reversing that, to great rounds of applause? That they're not the words of someone who's really looking to level up, are they?
Well, actually, I think the point is, and the point he was making, is that levelling up is a much more complex thing than talking about, say, a north-south divide. You get deprivation in all parts of the country. You certainly get deprivation and need in towns as well as cities. You get it in rural areas as well as built up areas. And if we're serious about levelling up, you've got to look at those coastal towns. You've got to look at those sparse areas of rural Britain, as well as in the big metropolitan areas. And actually, what Rishi has demonstrated, and what he's actually done as Chancellor, is to show that commitment to make sure that all parts of the country, town as well as city, rural as well as urban, that everybody has a crack at getting the infrastructure investment, we're talking about education, the support on education, on skills building, everywhere has that opportunity. He's moved the Treasury campus to Darlington. I mean, I think is actually a pretty good example of that. Whereas many people would have thought if you were going to put a campus in the north, it might go perhaps to Leeds as the sort of metropolitan area. And of course, there is lots of government activity in Leeds, and rightly so. But it needs to be spread out, and we need to make sure that all parts of the country are included in this.
Damien Hines, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. What do you make of what Mr Hines had to say then, what Mr Sunak's plans are in all of this? Gary, morning to you. Says the next election, the Tories will probably lose rather than Labour winning. Well, that's the old adage, isn't it? Parties don't win elections, governments lose them. The issue is that the current opposition isn't credible and we will suffer even more. I understand about political cycles, but the thought of the current Labour Party in charge is frightening.
David's been in touch. Good morning to you, David. He says, in my opinion, Rishi is looking at the problem from the point of view of past recessions. This time is different. The inflation is being caused by different factors. I believe Liz Truss has got the right ideas.
And Roy says, as a party member, I have voted online for Liz Truss. Rishi Sunak is unacceptable, and in the unlikely event he becomes leader, I will resign my membership and not support or vote for the party until he is removed. Well, keep your thoughts coming through. I mean, certainly the vast majority of messages we get are in support of Liz Truss. But, as Damien Hines says, still everything to play for.
Many people are still undecided, he says, so...
Yeah. I mean, the latest sort of figures we had on all that, and it is a bit difficult because we don't know exactly how many Conservative Party members they are, because nobody will actually reveal that. But it's about 160,000. Something that, what was Tom Harwood saying the other day? Something like 11% say they're undecided at the moment of those who are polled. So there's not enough movement for him to... If the polls are then correct, there's not enough movement in that 11% for Rishi Sunak to win.
And we've still got another month.
Well,
4th of September, isn't it?
No, 7th.
Is that? Well,
yeah, there you go.
Well, 7th of August.
We've still got 3.5 weeks or something.
It's
like
enough,
that.
isn't it? It's long enough.
Anyway, look, don't go anywhere. Coming up, we're going to cheer you up with an update on the rail strike situation. We'll talk to Simon Calder in a couple of minutes.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking sunny for many, although some rain will affect parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland. Let's take a look at the details.
There'll be hardly a cloud in the sky across southwest England. Light winds, so it feels warm. Some relief from the warmth can be found on the coasts.
Southeast England and East Anglia may see some cloud bubble up around lunchtime, but it will still be warm with temperatures already into the low 20s.
Now, on to Wales. May see a little bit of cloud for many, but it's going to be dry. Some sunny at lunchtime. Temperatures in Cardiff should hit about 20 Celsius.
The dry spell will also be continuing across the Midlands with a mix of sunny spells and a little cloud bubbling up there too. Temperatures in Birmingham will be about 19 Celsius at lunchtime.
Now, Northern England is going to see a fair bit of cloud this lunchtime, and the cloud may just be thick enough for the odd spot of rain in the far north.
The most persistent rain, though, will once again be across parts of Scotland. However, eastern parts may be largely sheltered from the rain, with some sunshine developing.
Now, a little bit of rain may also affect the north coast of Northern Ireland, but elsewhere it's going to be pretty dry, although, as you can see, often quite cloudy today.
OK, heading towards the evening, we'll see some little change with the sunnier skies across the south, and that is how the weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
8:29. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie.
Now we're going to take you through some of the papers shortly for the final time this morning. That's in about 10 minutes.
And Ellie Phillips is going to be here with all the latest showbiz news, from the return of Brighton Pride to Beyoncé's fourth #1 album in the UK, Renaissance. Oh, that's at 8:45. Tracy is perturbed.
Why?
Morning to you, Tracy. Can you cut us up in a wide shot, Seb? Because she says, why, oh, why do you have casserole pots? She's at the bottom left of your screen there. Why do you have casserole pots on the desk? I don't get it.
I think it's meant to look bright, isn't it? And just break up.
Bright and cheerful.
Yeah, I think you're meant to feel, I think the plan is that you're meant to feel like you're in our kitchen and we're all just sat having a chat and a coffee. Yeah. And this is our kitchen.
There you go. And you can have
utensils down there.
Yeah, but one of these days we may whip you up a casserole.
Maybe I should take that to the barbecue. Take one of those dishes. That might come in handy a bit later.
They weigh a ton, those things. Yeah. There you go. All our pots and pans and coffee jugs and coffee cups and all that, and cereal bowls.
I didn't realise all that was under there. A bit of merchandise under there, a bit of foliage.
Oh, yeah, we're all there.
Yeah. Good spot.
It's just a little bit nice, isn't it? Oh, Tracy.
It's a bit of colour, isn't it? But Tracy, you're eagle-eyed. And we appreciate that.
She doesn't like it, though, Tracy. She doesn't like it.
Oh.
I've got to say good morning to Karen Smith, who I don't think I've ever mentioned before. Karen has tweeted me for years, and she's from up north, from where I come from. She says, "Good morning. It's a beautiful day on Costa del Walney." That's Walney Island. Yeah. Watching the programme with jam on toast and a PG brew. Hope you're well. I am.
Lovely. I'd love some jam
on toast.
That's a shout. I haven't had that in ages.
No, I haven't actually.
We're getting lots of really nice tweets. Andrew says, "Hi, Stephen and Ellie. Another great episode of The Great British Breakfast this morning. We're loving the humour and the tips." It's not called The Great British Breakfast anymore.
No, you're out of date there.
With Stephen and Anne, but Anne is on her holidays. So I'm here today. Howard says, "Good morning, Ellie and Stephen. Loving your partnership. Keep up the great work. Regards, Howard."
Oh, regards to you, Howard.
Regards, kind regards. And Mandy says, "Another brilliant breakfast. You've handled the death of that tragic young boy's death really emotively and with care. As a mum of 2 sons and a new grandson, my heart goes out to his family." That's from Mandy. So thank you, Mandy. That's very
do you know what, man? It's just so sad, isn't it? And whatever you think the right thing was or wasn't to do in this situation, and we've had Holly dance, as you probably know, in the studio a couple of times, and heart actually goes out. It really goes out to her. I would side with the medical professional and the courts, but that doesn't take away from the fact that she's his mum and she's just trying to do what she thought was the best thing for him. May not have been. The courts thought it wasn't the right thing for him.
But you don't know what you should do unless you find yourself in that situation.
No, you just don't.
You just don't, yeah. And she certainly feels, and speaking to her this week, because I've been down outside the hospital, she feels like she just had to do everything. She could never forgive herself if she hadn't have tried every legal avenue. So that's what we've been seeing in the past kind of 4 months, really. This has been going on for, but obviously just a tragic ending yesterday. Very, very sad.
Just before we move on to some more depressing news about rail travel, Ellie's going to a barbecue. We're asking for barbecue suggestions, easy things to make. I don't know why you have to take things to a barbecue.
You can't turn up empty-handed. That's my #1 rule in life. I think it's so rude.
Well,
so that's
very rude. But anyway, Philip says, and this would suit you down to a T because I know what she's like. She's a bit of a party girl. A fresh fruit salad, says Philip, with liberal sprinklings of alcohol and a large tub of clotted cream.
Oh, yeah. It's got booze in it, generally.
Easy.
I'm on board.
I don't know what booze you put in it. Lager.
You put a brandy, would you? Because that's what you put in trifle. Do you still do
that? On a fruit salad?
Or a punch?
Why?
We're being told no red punch. We're all making suggestions.
What is punch? Anyway, what is punch?
You know, like a rum punch, like a Caribbean juice. There's a lot to be done there. And I also had a really good... I've lost it now, but this was great. I think it was roasted peaches. Whoever said that, I saw it earlier and I thought, that sounds lovely, so I'm going to have to try that. I said it to you, I said, that sounds good, doesn't it?
John says a Victoria sponge goes down very well with sweet tooth beer. You can't go wrong with
I don't have time for that, though, John.
You can't go wrong with a Victoria sponge. You could buy a Victoria sponge.
Oh, do you think I could?
Yeah, get a really cheap one out of the
I think at the moment, Eton Mess, I think, might have won so far. Just meringue, cream, fruit, whack it in. Bish, bash, bosh.
Fair dues. Anyway, it gives you something to whet your appetite for.
Found my grilled peaches.
Who is it?
Wendy in Maidstone, thanks very much. Grilled peaches. Delish, she says. So I'm going to have to try that. That sounds great. Thank you, everyone, for your help. I'm definitely going to take that on board.
So find out what she does later. She'll tweet about it.
I will,
no doubt. Now, let's hope you... train travel at the minute. Oh, it's a nightmare.
You're better to stay at home and have a barbecue, aren't you?
You're better off doing that. Rail passengers are going to be forced to face new disruptions, even more, as train drivers at 9 companies have confirmed yet another strike.
Yes, members of the ASLEF union will go on strike next Saturday, with wider strikes for staff on the 18th and the 20th of August, as well as a separate RMT strike on London Underground and some bus companies running services on behalf of Transport for London on the 19th of August.
So you wanted to get a tube or a bus. There you go. What do we make of all of this? Well, the one man who knows is travel editor of The Independent, Simon Calder, who joins us Simon, morning to you. I mean, this is even more misery on the way. I mean, we could almost write August off, can't we?
Well, it's looking that way, Stephen. And unfortunately, the strikes which are now being called by the rail unions, starting next Saturday, as you say, with ASLEF working across 9 train operators, and they include the intercity companies, LNER, Avanti West Coast.
Oh. No. Oh, Simon's gone on strike. There you go. Where is he? Someone tell me where he's in Canada, isn't he, somewhere?
Yeah. He's still there.
Oh, no, he's in and out. In and out. I tell you what, we'll lose Simon for now till we're absolutely sure we've got him.
Hopefully we get him back there. It must be about 3 o'clock in the morning in Canada if he's on the East Coast.
Yeah.
So dedicated, that man. He's the most dedicated man, I think, in the industry.
It's terrifying. Every time we speak to him, he's in a different country. He's absolutely scary, or at a different airport. But as I said, as Simon was saying there, LNER, so East Coast, Avanti, West Coast. So, I mean, any north to south travel, you're scuppered. And a lot of these more remote, let's say remote, more isolated areas where you need to, get a local train to make a connection to one of the mainline trains, they're not running either. So, I mean, really, you're just absolutely stuck.
And it will be interesting to ask him about London as well, when you get the coinciding bus strikes, the train strikes, and a tube strike all together. I mean, you basically can't move around unless you're in a black cab.
No. Let's head back to Simon. Then hopefully we've got your line sorted out, Simon. You were saying the East Coast Main Line, West Coast Main Line, amongst others, all going to be shut down.
Cross country and crucially, Great Western Railway, Stephen, which is, of course, the main operator between London and Devon and Cornwall. And effectively, what the rail unions are doing is they've realised that, effectively, if they strike over commuting days, Monday to Friday, they're not actually going to have as much impact as they are if they go for the weekends. And that's why we've got a strike this coming Saturday, which is going to affect, of course, people going to Premier League and other football matches. The following strikes, it's time to start on a Thursday, normally a busy travel day. It will have an impact into the Friday and then also into the Saturday and the Sunday. And of course, ASLEF, the Train Drivers Union, the RMT, which is having the national strikes on the 18th and the 20th, want to cause as much disruption as they can. And they believe that those are the dates where they will have the most damage. And as Ellie was saying, sandwiched between them, a London Underground strike, which is going to make life difficult for people travelling within the capital. And of course, the many holidaymakers who actually want to travel from other parts of the UK to London.
It makes things difficult for many people, Simon, especially, like you say, at the weekend when people are just trying to get away and have a bit of sunshine. Where are we up to with the talks between the unions and the train companies? I mean, is there any end to this? Will they ever agree?
Well, eventually they will agree, but it's a question of how much damage is done to individual travellers' plans and the overall reputation of the rail industry. So let me tell you how this works. You've effectively got the rail unions, ASLEF representing the drivers, RMT representing most other people, also the Transport Salaried Staff Association. They are dealing with individual train operators plus Network Rail. But in effect, during the COVID pandemic, we had the situation of the railways effectively being renationalised, taxpayers paying £16 billion to keep trains running, many of them actually empty. The passengers are now coming back, but not in the same number. The unions are betting that the government is going to say, OK, we've got a bottomless credit card. We will continue to bail out the railways, and therefore we will pay wage rises which are not quite in line with inflation, but still pretty good. The government, meanwhile, is looking and thinking, hang on, the railways are simply not in the same position as they were. We haven't got the same passengers. Crucially, we haven't got the £2 billion or so pounds of season ticket revenue, because lots of people have found they can actually be hybrid workers. As a result, it's the passenger who's stuck in the middle. And ultimately, my fear as a regular rail user is that unless there can be an agreement, the only other way to reduce the huge subsidy which taxpayers are paying to keep trains running, and lots of your viewers will never go near a train, they'll just pay for them. The new leader will just come in and say, how much are we paying for the railways? Right, let's cut that, let's cut services. And then you go into a spiral of decline of the kind that we saw, unfortunately, in the 1970s and 80s.
Yeah. Look, Minto, you might be a regular rail user, Simon, but you're more regular on the planes. So you're on the other side of the Atlantic at the moment. What's happening at the airports at the moment?
Right. Well, it's all very, very under stress. I was actually talking to the boss of the main operating airline of Ryanair, and he just says every single day is a struggle, partly because of the problems with air traffic control. Ryanair doing better than most other airlines. Jet2, actually, based in Leeds, doing best of all. But overnight, we're hearing of problems at Manchester Airport. Now, I've just heard about those on social media, problems with baggage handling, problems with UK Border Force. I haven't got a response from either of those, from the airport or from UK Border Force, but it looks as though we've had an awful lot of late-running flights. Ryanair coming in 3 hours late from Palma, from Milan, from Alicante, delays on Jet2 and TUI as well. And if you get, for instance, at 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 or 4 aircraft arriving unexpectedly, and you haven't got the staff in place, that makes things very, very stretched at Manchester Airport. Having said that, I don't want to be the voice of travel doom. Most people are getting away more or less on time and having a fantastic holiday.
That's the main thing we need to know. Simon, really good to talk to you. When are you back in Blighty?
Oh, not for weeks. I have too much trouble going on the train, so I'm going to be maybe sometime, Stephen. 27th of August is in my diary.
All right. Well, we'll have to catch up over Zoom. Good to talk to you, Simon. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Best to avoid the trains, I think. Avoid it all if you can.
He gets everywhere, that man.
Does.
And I'll tell you what, he's always so calm and considered. But I'll tell you what I like about Simon more than anything else is that he knows. He really knows it. He really knows it. And so
you can ask him anything.
That's the answer. And the key takeaway from that is, if you are going away and you're getting it on the planes or whatever, most of them are all right. Most of them. Might be a little bit of a delay, but we can live with that.
Get in your airport lounge and enjoy your trip.
Oh, yes, airport, because you pay your 20 quid and have a whale of a time.
Yeah, and I go to my airport lounge. But it's good to see, it doesn't matter about getting there early, because then you can have your 2 hours in the lounge.
Ah, yes, because
you say... incentive, to get there early.
Because Andy says there is a time limit in airport lounges. In most cases, you can only enter a couple of hours before your flight. You can't stay in them for as long as you want.
Yeah, I think it is about 2 hours.
Because that'd be a holiday, wouldn't it? 20 quid a day and go and... eat your fill and drink your fill.
Just move into one of the airports.
Yeah, sleep in a big lounger. It'd be all right, that.
Yeah, it would actually. They're quite fancy, these lounges, as well. First time in them, and I recommend.
Would you?
Yep, that's my travel advice. Simon Calder can do everything else.
Yeah,
I'll help you with the food and the drink.
Okay. Right, don't go anywhere. We've got the papers heading away in a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie.
Good. It said Anne. I was waiting for you, but you said Ellie.
No,
Very good.
No.
Now, we're going to take you through the papers now. The Sunday Times leads with a young mother who has been jailed in England for 2 years for having an abortion. And Rishi Sunak's multi-billion-pound package promise to ease the cost of living crisis.
The Observer has Gordon Brown warning the Tory government and Boris Johnson that they need to sign off on an emergency budget to combat the cost of living.
The Daily Mail say 4 in 10 boat migrants are from war-free Albania. That's according to elite military intelligence report.
Yeah, that's the wrong paper, though. But there you go, never mind. And the Sunday Express has that exclusive that we had with Rishi Sunak, where he promised to jail child groomers for life.
And The Independent says funds for struggling families should be increased by the next UK Prime Minister by another £15 billion.
Sunday Telegraph has hose pipes. The Environment Secretary George Eustice urges more water companies to ban them.
And The Sun leads with an exclusive. Cruel Becky. Friends of ex-agent Caroline Watt have said that she is cruel.
The Sunday Mirror has the NSPCC's alert over TikTok people targeting schoolgirls who are apparently being paid for wearing their school uniform.
And how do I say this? You take this.
Well, Heidi Hi.
You
see, this
Heidi
is where
Sue.
this is where you miss out on the youth miss out on the joys of British comedy.
You take this.
Daily Star Sunday has Heidi Hi hero Sue Pollard. She's hit out at BBC bosses for making comedy shows too political, and she just wants more laughs. I love Sue Pollard.
And The Sunday People. Britain is facing an eco-meltdown. They have an exclusive about activist plans to start a mass protest at Westminster. Well, the last thing we need is more protests, isn't it?
Oh, you missed out on Sue Pollard. You're not familiar with Sue Pollard?
No.
Oh, she'll just wanted to be a yellow coat. It's just wanted to be a yellow coat.
I'll do my homework, Stephen, next time.
Really grainy little videos on YouTube, I'm sure you'll...
Oh, and Gladys Pugh. Morning, campers.
I know all these references. That's a good
Gladys
sign.
Pugh. That woman is my... Gladys Pugh, I can't remember the name of the actress now. My hero, that woman. Loved her. Absolutely adored her. Loved to meet her in the real... Never met her. I'd love to meet Gladys Pugh.
I don't know if she's still with us.
Yes, she is.
What?
Yeah, she's not very old. Gladys Pugh.
Stop it.
Ruth Maddox.
Marianne's putting her in the
That's
ground.
a Ruth Maddox. Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
Apologies.
Oh, Ruth is still be about. Yeah, you've got me. Ruth Maddox.
I'm going to keep quiet now.
Maddox.
So you're going to upset him now if he has...
She's 79.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Ruth.
Ruth, if you happen to be watching or someone who knows Ruth is watching, tell me what are on the show, just for have a chit-chat about, I don't know, being Ruth Maddox.
She can introduce herself to me as well.
Love the woman. Anyway, let's go through the papers. As you can see, Marianne Hotter and Tom Slater are here. Marianne, let's start off with some good news in the Sunday Times.
Yep, so this is a young lad who Andrew Flintoff, Freddie Flintoff, the England cricketer, met making a TV documentary that I know you've seen, Ellie. And the good news is that this cricket prodigy, he's 16, he's from Afghanistan, he's called Adnan Mikhail, and remember that name because he will be in the England cricket team in a few years' time. He can already bowl at 85 miles an hour. He learned to play cricket in the village that he grew up, very rural, very impoverished, with a tennis ball and a tree trunk. And he had to escape Afghanistan because his father was actually fighting with the insurgents, took his older brother off to be a fighter as well, and came back 10 days later and said, good news, your son is dead, said the mum. Good news, your son is dead, he's now in paradise. And she was like, you're going to take Adnan next, you can't. So she helped smuggle him out so that he would be safe. And he's had a terrible time getting to UK. But good news, his asylum claim has been acknowledged, it's been approved, so now he has the right to remain here. He's learning English. He's an astonishing cricket player. And good news all round.
It's a lovely story because, and I do really suggest you watch this. It's Freddie Flintoff's Field of Dreams. It's a 3-part series. It's on the BBC, and it's about him taking in local boys and teaching them how to play cricket. And Adnan really stands out. In the first episode, they're like, who is this protege who's incredible? And the story unfolds. So to hear that he can now stay here, because it did end on that cliffhanger of, will he be able to stay? Will he be able to continue to play cricket? It's a very happy ending.
And I think it's another example. You know, we've talked a lot about sports being this opportunity to be a better self and to really grow as an individual, and about girls having access to PE and access to football. This is another one, cricket. I mean, whatever the sport is, it gives people opportunities to really...
That's like Mo Farah.
...thrive. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the Sunday Telegraph. Tom, seagulls, oh dear, they're pinching more chips.
They are. Complaints are soaring, as the headline puts it here. They've doubled in 5 years, apparently. So only pinching people's chips on the seaside, but also actually attacking some people as well. There's been some nasty cases. A woman the other week who said she was left looking like something from a Freddy Krueger film, in her words, after a seagull attacked. The various different local councils who've fed back into this particular survey pointed out that there's been this rule change which makes removing nests and eggs much more difficult, they believe, has led to this particular surge. And it's also reflects a kind of shift whereby seagulls, herring gulls are essentially moving away from the coast and into towns and cities, increasingly because their habitats have been disturbed. So what that means is that a lot of places where you might not have seen this before are starting to get those kind of nuisances, the noise,
their
the
fault.
this, that.
It's not their fault. I mean, where I grew up, there's seagulls everywhere, and you just learn to deal with it.
Learn to live with them.
It's the blooming tourists who then moan about it. They're not used to protecting the bag of chips.
Well, it's tricky, though, isn't it? Because there's a certain point at which you just can't eat chips outside because the gulls are big and they are, they're designed to take things out of the sky. And you don't want to have a fight with a big beaky bird.
No, you don't.
Yeah. I find them quite threatening.
You just gotta...
Just means you got...
So how do you
what are you going to do?
You need lessons.
Exactly, what the tips
know when
do.
nature's winning. Sometimes nature wins, and that's fine.
Have you had any particularly bad run-ins?
No, because if you see them, you just either shoo them off or stay away. It's fine, I'm all for them. I love them.
Yeah, they're good. Maybe an umbrella. Would that work? You could eat your chips under a brolly.
You could, or cheese. Yeah, that'd work.
Never thought of that.
Let's try it out.
Lower speed limits in the Sunday Times, Marianne.
Yes, so...
That's going to cheer us up.
Well, I chose it because I thought it's a bit of a conversation starter, isn't it? So this is particularly in the area in the Surrey Hills. Obviously, once you get off a kind of a speed-restricted dual carriageway, for example, you're on those national speed limit country lanes, 60 miles an hour. Yeah. Don't forget, a speed limit is a limit, not a target.
Oh, yeah.
But things like, if you're walking down a country road, cycling down a country road, you do fear for your life because you might not have anywhere to leap into the hedge to escape the driver, storming around the blind bend at 60 miles an hour.
People use common sense, don't they?
No, they don't. Well, that's the thing. So the British Horse Society have reported that last year 66 horses died on roads because of traffic collisions. 129 more were injured permanently. And so this area around Cold Harbour are trying a reduced speed limit.
Of what?
And the council, instead of just hand-picking specific areas of the road to reduce the speed limit because of a particular incident, in response to an incident, they're trialling a blanket 30 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour speed limit. So you're going to have to go slow, you're going to have to be sensible, and I think it's a good thing.
No, it's too slow.
It's not too slow if it means that you're not going to knock over a kid on a bike.
No, but there's got to be common sense involved. And 20 miles an hour is ridiculous.
It stops people dying on the roads. That's a good thing, surely.
Everything's so anti-motorist. I don't get it. There's got to use commons. You've got to... And again...
Well, 20 miles an hour is still faster than walking. So you can still drive through the village. You have to just do it at a civilised, respectful
pace. You're going through
pace.
a village and all the rest of it, but you just use common... People have got common... The great British people have got common... Or most have got common sense.
Then I think that's OK then, because they'll be following the speed limit already, by choice. So anyway, we wait and see.
There you go.
Discuss over your
Have we got time for stinky cheese?
Yes, good time for stinky cheese.
Tom, take it away.
Definitely. So Britain's falling in love with stinky cheese, according to a survey by the online grocer Ocado, who has looked at the shopping list of 800,000 people who shop with them, and has found that in some places as much as a fifth of all of the cheese that is being ordered is of the stinky variety. For some reason, Shropshire is a particular leader in this. It's ordering the most stinky cheese out of anywhere else that they looked at, 22% of their shopping baskets. And for some reason, Sunderland and East London are actually at the back of the pack at just 4%. But apparently it's particularly to do with... Shropshire, yeah.
Shropshire Blue is a lovely cheese.
See, there we are. I was trying to put 2 and 2 together and I failed earlier, so that's, you know...
Yeah, I think Shropshire Blue is like an orange but blue cheese. You know what I mean?
What are the stinkiest cheeses? Do you have that to hand?
I don't have the stinkiest here, but they're apparently putting the rise down to the particular success of Stilton and Stinking Bishop.
Stinking Bishop's very popular, isn't it? Oh, I said OI then. I'm getting...
Oh,
It's what I like at home. Yeah, I'm really a northerner. Yeah. Oh, but Stilton, I love Stilton.
Oh, it's
one of those things.
Brie or Camembert for me, but they're not.
Stilton isn't super stinky though.
No, it's not.
It's not like those oozy French ones. Yeah, that really smell like a rabbit has died in your fridge.
Gorgonzola, Stinking Bishop, Munster, and Camembert.
Camembert.
10 smelliest cheeses.
There you go.
Or
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Marianne, Tom, thank you very much indeed. You've lightened things up for us
You have.
this morning, which is what we needed. So thank you very much indeed. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
We've got much more to come for you. All the headlines, all the news and sport, and a bit of showbiz as well in a couple of minutes.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking sunny for many, although some rain will affect parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland. Let's take a look at the details.
There'll be hardly a cloud in the sky across southwest England, light winds, so it feels warm. Some relief from the warmth can be found on the coasts.
Southeast England and East Anglia may see some cloud bubble up around lunchtime, but it will still be warm with temperatures already into the low 20s.
Now, on to Wales. May see a little bit of cloud for many, but it's going to be dry. Some sunny at lunchtime. Temperatures in Cardiff should hit about 20 Celsius.
The dry spell will also be continuing across the Midlands with a mix of sunny spells and a little cloud bubbling up there too. Temperatures in Birmingham will be about 19 Celsius at lunchtime.
Now, Northern England is going to see a fair bit of cloud this lunchtime, and the cloud may just be thick enough for the odd spot of rain in the far north.
The most persistent rain, though, will once again be across parts of Scotland. However, eastern parts may be largely sheltered from the rain, with some sunshine developing.
Now, a little bit of rain may also affect the north coast of Northern Ireland, but elsewhere it's going to be pretty dry, although, as you can see, often quite cloudy today.
OK, heading towards the evening, we'll see some little change with the sunniest skies across the south, and that is how the weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Well, good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Sunday, the 7th of August. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Ellie.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, on your radio and online. So wherever you are, whatever you're up to, you can take us out and about with you.
Well, lucky you. Here's what you're waking up to this morning. And we're leading with a sad story today of Archie Battersby, the 12-year-old, has passed away in hospital. His family say what they've gone through is barbaric.
There is absolutely nothing dignified about watching a family member or a child suffocate. No family should ever have to go through what we've been through. It's barbaric.
Well, we've been getting reaction from doctors and grief specialists throughout the programme this morning, and a lot of messages from you as well. An awful lot of sympathy, quite rightly so.
Rishi Sunak has promised to crack down on university degrees that do not improve students' earning potential as he attempts to reignite support for his leadership bid. The latest polls of Tory members continue to have Liz Truss ahead of Rishi Sunak by over 38 points.
Energy bills could be crippling for the most vulnerable this winter as the price cap is expected to reach £3,700. That's on the average bill this winter. Some people may have to turn to debt to pay their bills. Experts say the future is uncertain.
And rail passengers will be forced to face fresh disruptions as train drivers at 9 companies confirmed yet another strike next weekend. Travel expert Simon Calder did speak to us about that earlier.
As ever, we'd love to hear from you. GB Views at gbnews.uk. So, 12-year-old Archie Battersby has died following doctors removing life support. His mum, Holly Dance, has been at the centre of legal bids to try to keep him on life support against the advice of doctors, including bringing his case to the European Court of Human Rights.
Well, following her son's passing, Miss Dance said, "It's with my deepest sympathy and sadness to tell you that Archie has passed. He fought right until the very end, and I'm so very proud to be his mum."
Well, earlier we spoke to the philosopher Dr. Piers Benn about the very tragic nature of this case.
To imagine anything worse than losing a child, really, and that must always be borne in mind. Your question about it's effectively about who should decide what should be done. Now, in general, every effort is made to bring about agreement between parents and doctors when it comes to treatment and when it comes to decisions about when treatment will be futile, whatever futile might mean here. In rare cases when there's no agreement, it will go to court. It's not the case that doctors have an automatic right to decide what happens, but usually you find that the courts will take expert advice and they will decide in these cases. I mean, the sort of case where this might arise would be the reverse case, where, let's say, the parents who have some religious beliefs that prevent, that not allow blood transfusions, might want the child to have a blood transfusion. The doctor will say, well, it's in the child's best interest because he or she is a minor. In this case, it's the reverse case, but it's the same sort of thing. And I think basically the question is, what is in the best interest of the patient? Clearly, there's a disagreement about what was in Archie's best interest. Was to live, if live is the right word, in this state of, let's say, organ support, as some would put it, or was it to be allowed to die? And clearly the disagreement came down to that.
I've got an email here from Anna Firth's office. She's the MP for Archie Battersby's family. It's in Southend West in Essex. And she sent me this email yesterday saying that, the frontline workers in the Royal London Hospital were there for Archie. They cared for him. They did their very, very best. But she did say that she thinks there are serious lessons to be learned from this case. Any decision about removing a child from life support, she says, should be made also with those who love them very dearly. So it does raise that question, doesn't it? There was this big issue in this case about whether or not Archie was brainstem dead, and the doctors said that they considered him to be so.
Yes.
The family didn't want to believe that, did they? They were still clinging on to hope, and that's what caused the issue in this case.
Well, there's a factual question about brainstem death, and I know there's been a controversy about whether he had been diagnosed as brainstem death, and indeed what that actually means and what its philosophical implications are. But then there's the question about who should decide what should happen. Clearly, best practice dictates that decisions are made taking into account the wishes and views of all concerned. That would include the parents and the patient, if possible, though not, of course, in this case. And that will clearly be desirable. You want to have a discussion that doesn't lead to courts. If it comes to court, there's been a sort of failure. The trouble is, though, that no doctor can be obliged or compelled to offer treatment that they do not consider to be of any practical benefit. And doctors are, on the whole, that they're obviously fallible, they can be wrong, but on the whole, they are the experts about what is medically appropriate, leaving ethical questions aside, which doctors are no more expert in than anybody else. And in this sort of case, well, doctors decided it wasn't in the best interest of the child. Now, here the question is, well, what do we mean by that? Some would say that the child was alive in the sense that his organs were being kept going. But also, it seemed to be the case that there was a catastrophic brain injury, which would have meant that there was no serious chance of the poor boy ever being restored to a conscious, self-aware life of relationship. He wasn't ever going to be alive in that biographical sense, if you like, as opposed to a biological sense, even if he had that. So I think that, most people, I think, would agree. You get these cases coming up and other cases where, it's perfectly standard practice, and the Paediatrics College advises that there are certain cases where if a child is brain dead or in a persistent vegetative state, treatment is of no benefit. And in general, even the most conservative pro-life people will say you're not obliged to strive officiously to keep alive. Nobody says you must keep life going at all costs. I think the disagreement came around to, if you like, ethical issues around that. And it was terrible, and the whole situation's terrible, and it was a failure that came to court. But in the end, you can't actually have relatives deciding what should happen. That's unfortunate.
That's the crux of it, because there will be people, and certainly the Battersbys and the Dances were saying, we are the parents, therefore it should be our decision. And it's about who has the right over that child.
Indeed.
And of course, the courts have turned round and said, well, actually, under these circumstances, it's not you.
And unfortunately, I think that's correct. You can't, if you generalise this, if you have, for example, parents demanding treatments like homeopathic or naturopathic treatments with no proven efficacy, it's obviously not right. Obviously, parents can't demand treatments of doctors that doctors know to be ineffective. Doctors are autonomous too, if you like. They must make ethically responsible decisions. In law, there's no proxy consent in English law. Relatives can't make decisions. It's simply not the case that relatives always will have the best interests of patients. Obviously, in this case, they do.
I suppose that's up for negotiation as well, isn't it? In that they think they do, rather than what is actually seen to be the best. That's the difference, isn't it?
You just put your finger on it. They think they do. And, of course, everybody in this case, I'm quite sure, is well-intentioned. What you can have in other cases where relatives aren't well-intentioned, where they say, oh, my 95-year-old grandmother, he wants to die. When they have their eye on their money. This is the danger, obviously. Though in this case, obviously, that's not the case. Clearly it's a horrible case because the parents love him desperately. And as I said, there's nothing worse than losing a child. It's terrible. But in the end, when you come down to who should decide, I don't think you can have a situation where parents can determine what should happen in treatment, sadly.
Dr. Pierce-Ben, it was a very interesting discussion, and it is about, it's easy for us to say, but it's about being able to take that step back, which of course is what parents, and the parents in this case, were not able to do, and absolutely understandably so.
It's over the front of so many of the newspapers this morning. It's obviously a story that has just struck a chord with the nation. I think for many people, it's just every parent's worst nightmare. And I think for many people who have children, they've thought, what would I do in that situation?
And the problem is, of course, with any, and I think this is the awful situation with anyone coming off life support, it is not a nice death. No. It's, hopefully, you've got to sort of hope he was brain dead. and therefore there's no sense of what was happening to him. But it's not pleasant for the family.
No.
In that way. I mean,
And that's what they were saying. And some of you have been in touch on the subject, and I shared this one with you. This is from Mike. He said, I visited my mother and father every Saturday, but one particular Saturday, my car broke down. I couldn't visit. I was then woken up at 4:30 a.m. with a phone call saying that my mother had died. It was my birthday, my 44th birthday. I received a card from with some money in from her for my birthday, and it still upsets me 30 years later. So, Mike, thank you so much for sharing that with us. Don't feel bad at all that you missed that one Saturday. You were very, very good to the two of them, to see them every weekend. And she would have been very lucky to have you. So don't feel bad about that. We were having a conversation about grief earlier, which is why Mike's been in touch. And I think it's the Good Grief Trust.
Good Grief Trust. And they're sort of it's a charity, but it's like a gateway charity, if you like. So they can sort of point you in the direction of other charities that may help with your particular circumstance. It's just so...
Do get in touch, Mike, with that.
Yeah, it's dreadful.
Sad for everybody involved. I even feel for the medics in the
Oh,
hospital
yeah,
as well.
absolutely for the medics.
You know, so hard to make those calls and...
Yeah, you've got to say their focus is on the well-being of the patient.
Yeah.
As is the parents, of course. It's just they come to different conclusions, and it's how you then negotiate that, as Piers Ben was saying. Awful. Anyway, let's bring you up to date with some of the other stories for you this morning. And Rishi Sunak has criticised Liz Truss, describing her planned tax cuts as starry-eyed boosterism. In the Sunday Times, he said putting borrowed money into the economy risks making inflation worse. Liz Truss says she's going to use September to have an emergency budget to immediately cut taxes.
A new report commissioned by Gordon Brown says government support for low-income households will not cover the rising cost of living. It's expected some families will be up to £1,600 worse off a year. The former Prime Minister is demanding an emergency budget before a financial time bomb in October.
The Environment Secretary is urging companies to ban the use of hose pipes as forecasters predict dry weather for most of the next week. George Eustice says some firms have rightly taken action to lessen the effects of the drought, and he's encouraging others to do the same. What is it that Rishi Sunak said about this, Truss? Something boosterism. It reminds me of swivel-eyed loonies.
It's that starry-eyed boosterism.
Starry-eyed boosterism. A bit like swivel-eyed loonies, which is what I think David Cameron said about UKIP at the time. But you see, where's me? Glenn in Bradford. Morning, Glenn. Said, although I have no vote in the upcoming leader contest, I've been put off by Sunak's negative comments about Liz Truss and ideas on what she's planning. When comments become personal, you've already lost the race. It shows what type of person he is under pressure.
It's a very interesting point. Lots of you get in contact on that point.
Mind you, Mike says, I don't know where Mike is, but Mike says, I'm all for Rishi. He instigated discounted meals in many eating establishments during lockdown. He's never ceased to keep his generosity biased towards low-income groups during the pandemic. Liz, in my opinion, is just a wannabe PM. Not only has she changed her Brexit loyalty, but her party to claw her way up the personal career ladder.
Oh, we've hit a nerve with marriage. We were talking about marriage earlier. Some of the celebrities, Sean Bean has been married, I think, 4 times. 5 times. Jennifer Lopez on her 4th marriage now. We're talking to a family lawyer about marriages and her advice if you're getting into a 2nd, 3rd, 4th marriage. Miranda says, excuse me, I'm on my 4th marriage. It took me until I was 57 to meet the right man. So you wonder why I've been married 3 times before. I suppose I was looking for love where it simply didn't belong. Sometimes I'm embarrassed, but then I met my 4th and last, loads of exclamation marks she's put there. It was the first thing I told him as I thought, oh, he'll judge me and run. He didn't, and I'm happy for the first time in my 62 years. Oh, Miranda, thank you so much for joining that. I'm very happy that you're happy. Yeah, I'm happy you're happy. So don't jump to judge. It showed attempts at commitment, if nothing else. I do think, easy for me to say, I do think people get married when they shouldn't. You know, so I think it's the right thing to, it's the right, I should probably get married. It's like the right timing.
Yeah, and the pressure to get married from other people when you probably shouldn't do it. But look, I am glad, Miranda, that you are happy.
Jane, I'm enjoying this one. A friend of mine has been married 3 times to the same man. Jane, we need a bit more information on that. How's that happened? The registrar who married them 3 times said she would come out of retirement if they decided to divorce and get married a 4th time.
See, that's someone you can't live with, but you really can't live without. Isn't it?
Who is that? There's a couple that are like that. Come on, that celebrity couple, Elizabeth Taylor and...
Richard Burton.
That's the one.
Yeah.
They used to say that about each other, didn't they?
Yeah, they were married twice to each other, weren't they? Brian says, we've been married for nearly 63 years. And for me, I knew my lovely wife was for me even before we met. Ooh, that's spooky. I'd seen her briefly as she passed by one day, and I felt part of me was there right then.
Oh, no, that's so lovely. That's so nice. That's going to make me cry.
Just...
Oh, that's just so romantic.
63 years later, you're still going.
Oh.
I hope when you hit your 60th, I hope you got your anniversary card from the Queen.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, if you hit 60, I mean, you have to apply for it. But yeah, she'll send you an anniversary card.
Great.
A friend of mine has she's just had last month her 60th, and they got a card from the Queen.
Oh, well, that's very exciting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Mick says 40th wedding anniversary today. Happy anniversary to Mick and your unnamed other half. Key to success: listen to and respect one another's views and opinions. No one should try to dominate the relationship.
Oh.
I think that's right. And what I would say, now that I am a love and marriage expert, having been married for very nearly 3 months, is that it should be if you were their number one priority and they are your number one priority, then that's how it works.
Yeah, so you look after them, they look after you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. And I liked the advice from our female family lawyer. I'm trying to say family lawyer. I called her female.
She was
female, though, so that worked.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
She said it's all about values, so you've just got to have the same values. You want the same things. I mean, it sounds pretty obvious, doesn't it? But she says many people don't have those conversations.
No, they don't. Sian is under a misillusion, though. Morning to you, Sian.
What's Sian saying?
I'd love to know. Say when you email, say where you're from, because I'd love to know about
to visualise, you know.
Because I'm nosy, basically. I love the on-screen team of Ellie and Stephen. It gels, it works well. You complement each other with ease. No, it's not easy, Sian.
He's hating every moment, aren't you?
It's not easy. You've never known anyone more difficult in all your life. Very, very tough. She comes in and mush, drops in, the heels, click, 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 click. Oh,
I'm
very, very...
flip-flops, actually. I'm barefoot right now. Thank you.
You are? Oh,
put me out to be a diva.
I wonder what the smile was. She is very, very difficult to work with, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that.
He's pulling your arm. We have a lovely friendship, Stephen. Lots of people are saying so.
It's just nice when you meet someone, because I didn't know you until joining GB News, and it's... you are very easy to work with.
Oh, so are you.
You're a very nice person.
Oh, that's kind. No,
you're not bad at your job.
Oh, thanks. Thanks so much.
For a youngster.
Thanks.
You see.
Yeah.
Oh, she's only young. Makes me feel very old.
It's the Essex and me I can chat. It's the Northern and you can chat.
Oh,
I think that's what our little secret
The difference is, though, being a Northern... I don't know what it's like in Essex, but what I need is a garden fence here. And then I could chat forever. There's a fence like that, so you can only see half anyone's face. You do a lot of that. Love that.
That is quite funny.
Love it. Barbecue ideas. This is a good... Oh, you did Wendy and Mesa with the grilled peaches.
Yeah, I told you that.
Yeah, but what you didn't say was take corn on the cob.
Oh, did she say that as well?
Yeah.
Wendy, you're full of good ideas, you are.
You are, because corn on the cob, just chucked on a barbecue is really lovely. Lots of butter.
Butter. I love the way you say that.
Butter.
Butter. Yeah.
Butter.
Butter.
See, sometimes my northern accent really...
I love that.
When I'm not working, I do sound actually very northern.
Do you?
I like this. This is my telephone voice, you see.
I love it. I think it's nice. My mum sounds northern. She sounds a bit like you.
Does she from Leeds, isn't she?
Yeah. That's maybe why we get along.
Yeah, probably is.
Alan says, I like this approach. Sorry, now I'm jumping in on you.
No.
Alan says, take a load of different flavoured ice creams to a barbecue. Goes down great after a barbie. Now, that is a lazy approach, and I like it.
Yeah.
I could maybe make
you
it
see,
someday.
It could get expensive unless you buy a tub of Neapolitan. And you've got 3 flavours in one then, haven't you?
That is how you tackle a cost of living crisis.
Oh,
Neapolitan,
yes.
3 flavours in one. Loads of you have been in touch with lovely recipe ideas. Thank you so much. I'm going to a barbecue this afternoon, and I needed something quick that I could do after work, after my nap. So thank you. You've all been so helpful and so lovely. So thank you.
Much lovelier than the people we have to work with who are just saying in our ears, move on now, move on,
Shut up.
move on, stop
Get to the
talking,
break.
move on. So we better had. We've talked about the barbecue. Is it going to be barbecue weather where you are? Let's have a look at the forecast.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking sunny for many, although some rain will affect parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland. Let's take a look at the details.
There'll be hardly a cloud in the sky across southwest England, light winds, so it feels warm. Some relief from the warmth can be found on the coasts.
Southeast England and East Anglia may see some cloud bubble up around lunchtime, but it will still be warm with temperatures already into the low 20s.
Now, on to Wales. May see a little bit of cloud for many, but it's going to be dry. Some sunny at lunchtime. Temperatures in Cardiff should hit about 20 Celsius.
The dry spell will also be continuing across the Midlands with a mix of sunny spells and a little cloud bubbling up there too. Temperatures in Birmingham will be about 19 Celsius at lunchtime.
Now, Northern England is going to see a fair bit of cloud this lunchtime, and the cloud may just be thick enough for the odd spot of rain in the far north.
The most persistent rain, though, will once again be across parts of Scotland. However, eastern parts may be largely sheltered from the rain, with some sunshine developing.
Now, a little bit of rain may also affect the north coast of Northern Ireland, but elsewhere it's going to be pretty dry, although, as you can see, often quite cloudy today.
OK, heading towards the evening, we'll see some little change with the sunnier skies across the south, and that is how the weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Welcome back to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, we've got loads coming up for you. We're going to be doing the sport in a little bit. We're going to be talking about the Commonwealth Games. If you've caught any of that, it's looking fantastic. We've got Alice Kinsella. She is going to be speaking to us in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, complete with a gold medal, hopefully. New research suggesting that we're going to talk about this right now. Let's skip everything else. We'll talk about this right now. That actually the content of your dreams can sort of indicate what is happening to you in a physical way at times. Is that real? Do we think our dreams can actually influence us in that way or diagnose us in that way? Dreams are such weird things. What do they mean? I'd love to find out more. So thankfully we can, because Dr. Narina Ramlakan is here, a sleep expert. Good to see you once again. Dreams are extraordinary. I have, and I think Ellie does too, very vivid dreams.
Yes.
You know, the ones.
So do I.
Oh, I mean, and you just sort of think, what on earth does any of this mean? Does it mean anything at all?
Well, we're all fascinated by dreams, aren't we? And we dream for all sorts of reasons. And there's a lot of research. There are still a lot of questions about why we dream and what they mean. But broadly, can I tell you about the different types of dreams and why we have them? So we dream, one of the reasons we dream, I believe, is to pack away the information of the day. Okay. So we're all constantly on our devices and bombarding our brains with information. And when we go to bed at night, in certain phases of your sleep, you consolidate that information. So it's an important process of, I guess, learning and memory. So that's one reason. And then the other reason is if you're stressed and you're carrying a lot of stress in your day, you're overstimulated, you're more likely to take that into your dreams as well. You might have anxious, speedy, very vivid, intense dreams. I also believe, and a number of researchers think this as well, that we dream as a way of expressing our creativity. Stephen King used to dream about a lot of his stories.
Well, they must have been scary dreams.
I know, they were, some of them. He dreamt he was captured and held hostage in a hut by someone who tied him to a bed, and that gave rise to... Do you not know?
No.
Famous story. Misery.
Oh, right, no, I haven't.
Misery.
No, I haven't seen that. I do... well, why is it that we have... There are similar dreams that people have. People talk about falling quite a lot. People talk about, and I've tried this, flying or trying to fly. When I have my flying dreams, I'm literally about a couple of inches off the ground and I can sort of make it go. But also, I had a dream about killing somebody as well, which when I was on with Anne, she said, she'd had the same.
You're not going to ask me to interpret those dreams.
No, but why are there sort of these people have similar dreams?
There's a common theme.
There are common themes. Yeah. And, if you do have your dreams interpreted, you can broadly put them into different categories. And if you have a recurring dream over and over again, I have some recurring dreams as well, if you give them some thought, maybe write them down and reflect on them. If it's the same dream coming up over and over again, it probably is a message from your subconscious. And I am a scientist as well, but I do believe that our dreams can give us insights into our troubles, our problems, and even give us insights to help us solve those problems.
Do you know what I would really like to know? Is when people are in dreams. So I'll give you an example. So the other day, I went and interviewed two ladies in Windsor, and they messaged me last night and said, "So weird, you were in my dream last night." But we were exchanging messages on Instagram literally just before bed.
Yes.
So is that what it is? It's like you said, you're taking the memories of the day and they're in your dreams. But then sometimes you see faces of people maybe that you saw a few months, few years ago. How does that work? Like a deja vu.
And because they can be a bit, what's the word, premonitory?
Yes.
They can be. This is going to sound very woo-woo, but 2 nights ago, I dreamt that I was coming into a TV studio. And I was completely naked. And I was running around looking for the entrance. I'm sorry, I didn't think I was going to tell you that this morning. But who knows what happens.
Would you class that as an anxiety dream?
It's a slightly anxious dream. It slightly has tones of fear of exposure. Can I be my real self? Can I be my zany self? I'm supposed to be the serious scientist. Well, let's not do psychotherapy on me this morning.
I don't know.
There is a sort of a premonitory element to some dreams, and people do say, they've dreamt of something and something that that happens in the future, and we don't really know because we're constantly going about our days busy, and our conscious mind, we're only using a small percentage of our mind, but there's a lot of the mind, the subconscious and our unconscious, that is active, but we don't realise what we're taking in. So sometimes we're taking in information without actually realising that we are.
It's interesting, you do get, whenever you talk about dreams, you always get people, and I often find it's men who say, I don't dream. Well, they must dream, but they're not recalling any of that.
Absolutely.
So why is that? Why do some people recall them and some people don't?
Yeah.
Is it dependent on when in the day, in your sleep cycle you're dreaming?
That's an element of it, because a lot of people said that they were dreaming more during the pandemic, and there's all sorts of reasons for that, and there was certainly a lot of stress. But people were probably sleeping for a little bit longer, and they were going into shallower phases of the morning sleep, which meant that they could remember more, But everyone dreams, and there are people who say they don't dream. we all dream, but we don't all remember our dreams. And so if you really want to get better at dream recall, there are some tips and tricks that you can use.
Right.
You might want to take a notebook to bed with you the night before and say, I'm really looking forward to remembering my dreams, and label it your dream journal. When you have a dream that you really want to remember, try and stay awake for a bit longer. When you wake up first thing in the morning, write it down. But everyone does dream, but dream recall varies according to how deep a sleeper you are.
Right.
You know.
Is it a final point?
Yeah.
Is it true? I heard this years and years ago that even if you're having like a long and detailed dream, that actually it's happening in a matter of seconds.
Yes.
Really?
Because at time, your perception of time can be really skewed, and you can have one dream that lasts microseconds, and it's so vivid, and it's so pervasive, and you wake up with a flavour of it, and it carries through your day, and you go around thinking, I was in this dream all night. I was dreaming all night. But actually, in reality, it was probably just seconds, if that.
Marina, this is a fascinating discussion.
It is.
We could literally speak to you for hours.
We could.
Thank you so much. Just let us
Felt
throw
like a
questions at you.
microsecond. There you go. Dr. Ramlakhan, as always, it's good to see you. Thank you very much
Pleasure.
indeed. I'm glad you had the clothes on this morning. the premonition wasn't that detailed,
No.
thankfully. Honestly, those sort of dreams are scary. You feel very exposed and all that sort of thing. Ooh.
I know. Fascinating. Lots of people have thoughts on that. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Maybe share some of your weird dreams with us.
Yeah, why not? Coming up, we're going to be talking to GB gold medal winner at the Commonwealth Games, Alice Kinsella. Stay with us.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital, absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie. Morning to Carol. Now, we get these sort of emails quite a lot, Carol. I've got to say, you're not the only one who said she's not very happy, isn't Carol?
Oh, no, we're upset.
She said, no, it's because I've sent many emails to your programme, but I've only had one read out on air. Considering I've been responding to the subjects on air for months now, the odds are not very good. Oh, Carol, do you know, I feel your pain, Carol, on that. I do. I know it's frustrating when you get in touch and you don't get your views read out. But, you know, often on a breakfast show, we have, like, more than 1,000 emails a day coming through. Poor old Robin out there.
Poor Robin.
His fingers are going like the clappers, getting them all sorted out. So they are all read, but we just can't, literally, we'd have room for nothing else if we get them all through. There's just
4
more.
hours of views, wouldn't we?
We'll be 4 hours of views, which is not a bad idea for a show, Carol. Could be that. So sorry about that, Carol. But anyway, They are red. We do see them, and I'm glad you had one red out. We're two now. Two. So keep your thoughts coming through, Carol. Don't stop. Just a quick one. David in Porchester for barbecue ideas. Bananas with 2 small blocks of Galaxy chocolate inserted into the middle, then wrapped in tin foil.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Sounds good.
Put on the barbecue for a few minutes until the chocolate melts into the banana. Eat with a spoon.
That sounds good, a bit of ice cream. And Judy's on the same idea. Look, Judy says, barbecue bananas in their skin so they turn black, not burnt, then pour cherry brandy over them, then cream. Yummy. Right, honestly, this is the best idea I've ever had. I'm going to barbecue this afternoon. I need an idea of something really easy I can put together.
You're going to take the best food of the day.
And I've just had to... I could write a recipe book with these.
We should do, shouldn't we?
We should do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much.
Really
Noted. I'm keeping them all. Look, I'm making a pile over here.
Let's talk Commonwealth Games. Aidan McGee is back. Morning, Aidan.
How you doing?
Yeah, all right. All right. So what's going on in the Commonwealth? Because we've had some pretty good success, haven't we, so far?
Yeah, we have. It's more difficult to achieve success in the Commonwealth Games from a home nation's point of view because this is where we're divided up. It's almost the Nicola Sturgeon Games, you know. You're England, you're Wales, you're Scotland. Sorry, I thought of that just then, a bit of a contrived link. But, yeah, it's more difficult, yet England still sit second in the medals table behind Australia. That's a case in point, actually, because England play Australia this afternoon in the final of the women's hockey. So England scored a fantastic result in the semi-final, knocking out the holders, New Zealand. So they're through to the final. They're guaranteed a medal, of course, today because it's a 2-horse race. And so they'll be guaranteed at least a silver if they even if they lose. So but I think they're going to take that. I think home advantage will be decisive. And then we've got my friend Evie Smith. She's competing at 11:30 this morning. Not the 3mm dive. Apparently it's a 3-metre springboard. So you bounce her down a bit and then go back up again. But it's her debut for England. So I've been speaking to her dad in the last hour. It's her debut today. She's not the youngest in the group, but she's inexperienced in terms of competing at this level. And she's made it's quite rare for someone to make their debut at a Commonwealth Games.
Keeping our fingers crossed for her.
Yeah, good luck, Evie. Good luck from all of us today. Yeah. Amazing.
We've had some fantastic results with the women's team gymnastics, haven't we?
We have indeed. I've got a special guest, I think, joining us now. If she's there, I'd like to welcome Alicia Kinsella to GB News this morning, a gold medalist in the gymnastics last week. Good morning to you, Alicia. How are you feeling a week on from your success? How are you reflecting on that?
It's only just about sinking in, really, to start the games on a high and then finish them on a high. It's just so surreal.
When you look back 7 days, I mean, what have you been doing with your medal? Have you been sort of looking at it and polishing it every day and hoping it looks better each day?
Yes, for sure. But I'm back in training now because I leave tomorrow for the European Championships.
And what was interesting about the team event last week is that everyone performed to their optimum level. You weren't carrying any passengers, were you?
No, we all absolutely smashed the team final. That was our main goal for everyone, and for us to come away with the goal was just such an amazing feeling.
I do apologise for getting your name wrong earlier on. You're Alice, not Alicia, aren't you? I'm so sorry. I've been handed a piece of paper. I do apologise about that. I hope you forgive me. Now, you're local to the West Midlands. How has the Commonwealth Games been received in Birmingham?
It's been really good. It's definitely done Birmingham really well. And for me to be from Birmingham and competing in Arena Birmingham, it was honestly such a surreal moment. And the crowd was absolutely incredible.
Well, I was going to mention the crowd, actually, because you had success in Tokyo at the Olympics. Obviously, that was without a crowd. How different was the dynamic this time? I guess it was more enjoyable achieving success in front of a group of people.
Yes, it's very different. For me personally, I like a big crowd. It was really tough for me in Tokyo having no crowd because sometimes the crowd, it helps you get around that competition floor. And when you had a bad rotation, they bring you back up and you're ready to do the next one and absolutely smash it.
Somebody who feeds off the crowd, then the dynamics of the audience. I mean, is that decisive with most athletes, do you think, who are competing?
Yes, for sure. I think most athletes prefer a crowd. Yeah, I must say, after Tokyo, it was very hard having no crowd.
And so you appreciate your gold in the Commonwealth Games above and beyond your bronze in Tokyo. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, it hasn't topped it, but it's definitely up there.
And what's next for you then, Alice? Because I presume you've got more to achieve in the sport.
Yes, so I've got Europeans next week, and then I'm hoping to do Worlds, which is also in Liverpool towards the end of the year.
Well, look, Alice, sorry, I did apologise, didn't I, for getting your name wrong. I feel quite embarrassed now sitting here, and I know that my colleagues will be laughing at me as well. So we do apologise for that, but we wish you every success for the future, as we do for every other Team England athlete competing in what remains of the Commonwealth Games. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Big congratulations to her as well. Incredible.
Incredible, actually.
Embarrassed myself there, didn't I?
Oh, no, it
Oh,
doesn't
don't worry.
matter.
She was so lovely about it as well, yeah.
She was
like when you call me Nadia, isn't it?
Nadia, the number of people who come on this show and call me Simon.
Yeah, I know, we had it last week, didn't we?
I've called you McGree.
That's right, yeah, true.
I've got it wrong before. I've called him Ada McGree. We've all been there, Ada.
Yeah, we have.
Been there.
Yeah, true.
Oh, right.
McGree, Mr. McGree over here.
One thing we won't get wrong is Ellie Phillips. Who's
We're in an
joining
Ellie
us well,
sandwich.
yeah.
If you got that wrong, it would be quite bad because there are literally two of us sat here. And I'm an Elinor. So my parents decided to be difficult and just give me a really weird spelling. But yeah, so Eleanor.
Eleanor, all right.
I like that. It's fancy.
Yeah, it's fancy.
Very nice. Very nice. We like a bit of fancy. OK, I'll tell you what, and I don't know why I'm excited, because I own no Beyonce albums whatsoever. You know, I'm not.
You do.
No, I don't. Honestly, I don't.
Secret fan.
I don't. But I'm sort of quite. There's something about her. I mean, she is undoubtedly hugely talented.
Oh yeah.
And so she scored another album #1.
Yeah, Renaissance is now her 4th UK #1 album, which is amazing. It's her 7th studio album as a solo artist. And I think this one it's been so different to all the others previously, because I think the main difference about it is obviously not just the style, but it's made to be listened to in full. All of the songs segue into each other, so you feel like you're at a disco when you're listening to it throughout, and it is phenomenal. I absolutely love it. So yeah, #1.
And what's the vibe? What's the sound like on this album?
So it's disco, but it's kind of a mix of disco. It's like 70s, 80s, 90s disco with a twist on it. She does a bit of rapping in there. Yeah, it's really good fun. I actually really like it. It's a very easy, good, summery listen. Very different to her last album, Lemonade. That was like a real seminal piece of work, and there was a lot of kind of political messaging coming through that. This is different, but I feel like it's what's needed. Because
just a bit of fun.
Bit of fun, bit of summer, bit of chill-out vibes, and this is only Act 1. So this album's actually going to be a 3-part album. This is Act 1. It's gone to #1, so we'll have to see what she comes up with for the next 2.
Ellie, I'm going to be controversial here.
Go on.
And I'm sorry to the Beehive if anyone's watching. The Beehive is Beyonce's fans, and I think you belonged.
I'm in the Beehive.
I'm just going to say something now, because I think it could be a point that whatever Beyonce puts out will be received incredibly well and will do well, because it's Beyonce and she's got the most loyal fandom in the world.
True.
Thoughts? Apparently this album is not the best.
Do you not like it?
It's not the best I've heard of Beyonce.
Yeah, like I said, I think there are other albums like I Am Sasha Fierce, which oddly didn't go to #1 in the UK.
Yeah, I love
that. Was amazing. Like, that was incredible. Dangerously in Love, incredible album. I think this is just a different feel, different vibe. But it's so sexy, it's so sassy. I mean, I just think the great thing about Beyonce, in a very weird way, in the way that Madonna changes quite regularly and quite often, whether it's her look or her sound, Beyonce's kind of done that as well. And she said, this is a transition, this is something new. And she wanted to just try something a bit different. And I think fair play.
We're seeing that more often, aren't we?
I think that the acid test is always whether you're interested. And there's no evidence that you're singing Beyonce songs in the shower, as Ellie said.
No. And it's when you see her performing, like good old YouTube, isn't it? When you see clips on YouTube and things, and she's doing live performances and things, and the voice and the movement and the choreography and all that. I mean, it's quite a show. I bet it's a hell of a show to go and see.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I do. But still not enough to. I was just thinking of you dancing in the shower. That's all.
No, I don't.
Can't get that image out your head now, can you?
my dancing in the shower days are over. I'm nearly 50. Come on. There's only so much I can do. Tell us about Premier League, because we had action on Friday and yesterday, and lots to look forward to today.
Yeah, it was a good day yesterday, actually. Some interesting games. Liverpool didn't get off to a great start. They played at Fulham. As I said, it's best to go to Fulham in August, really, when the sun's shining, because you get a nasty breeze off the Thames. But the Liverpool fans and players didn't appear to fancy it that much yesterday. They fell behind twice. They escaped out of there with a draw. Thing is, you're going up against Man City these days. You've got to be winning early. You can't just get 6 weeks into your stride and think, we'll start kicking off early October. what Jose Mourinho's era at Chelsea taught us 20 years ago was that you get going from the first whistle, and because if you don't and you fall behind, as Manchester United found to their cost in that period, you can get 6 games in and you're suddenly 6 points behind. Now, end of the season, sometimes these days you're getting the league's decided on goal difference. It's decided on 1 point. So that's not an ideal start for Liverpool at all, particularly as Fulham were newly promoted and usually there for the taking. Elsewhere, we saw Newcastle, especially with their Saudi riches. They got off to a winning start against Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest hadn't been in the Premier League for 23 years. When we were kids, Stephen, Nottingham Forest were huge, winning European Cups. Brian Clough was one of the most famous people in the country.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that was that. Tottenham had an excellent win, as we discussed with Ellie earlier on. Actually, is that Tottenham your team?
If I were to have a team, Tottenham would be my team. It's my family team.
Yeah,
I was about to say, go just...
Yeah.
Hospitality, that was not...
I've been in hospitality there as well, worth going.
It's amazing.
But that's why
yeah. So they won 4-1. Everton lost at home to Chelsea yesterday. Everton looking to get some reinforcements in before the end of the window. We've got Man United today with all that stuff around Cristiano Ronaldo over the summer. I think they probably have to bite the bullet now and cut their losses and move him on. But is he going to play today? He's only played 45 minutes throughout pre-season. He's turning into a circus. As he gets to that kind of advanced stage of his career, he's thinking about his legacy. He's a bit like Tony Blair when he left government in 1997. He started rewriting history, didn't he?
Yeah.
So Ronaldo doesn't need to do that, but he's thinking about individual accolades. He needs to remember, as Roy Keane, I think, has reminded him quite recently, it was the team ethic that got him and lifted him where he got to go. And he wants to leave for a team in the Champions League. You remember when you were kids up north, what Manchester United meant when you went to Man United, you didn't want to go anywhere else. I mean, I know that will probably upset. But, you get the gist. The only way was down after United, and now players want to get away. They can't sign the players they want, and the season's upon us today, and it's crept up on us. We've had a really short break. We've got a World Cup in the middle of the season, and it's going to be very difficult because of the scheduling. But it's once in a lifetime thing, I guess.
Yeah. What do the fans make of Ronaldo? Do they feel a bit...
Well, they didn't boo him last Sunday. So he played against Rayo Vallecano at Old Trafford. He only played half a game. That's the only half he's had since the end of last season. So they didn't boo him. I think, I don't think they'll ever boo him because of everything he's done for the club. But sure, this is really unedifying what's happened over the summer. They're not going to be happy. I think most considered Manchester United fans will look at the situation and think, you know what, he came back for a year, he performed well, the rest of the team didn't. So he probably has got a right to want to leave the club and get out at the age he's out. He wants to play Champions League football, but let's try and do it in a dignified, graceful way. And there's still some work to do before we reach that point.
Yeah, there is, isn't there? Let's talk Strictly. Because, of course, it's every day now we're getting some new Strictly announcements.
Yeah, and actually, so I was meant to be going on and saying that comedian Jade Adams was the newest person, but actually we've had another announcement.
Have we?
Yeah,
Have we?
just now.
That's great.
Ellie Simmons, Paralympic swimmer, she is going to be on Strictly Come Dancing.
Another Ellie.
I know.
We're a wash with them.
Team Ellie all the way, yeah. So she's just been announced she's going to be doing it. She's really excited, and I think she's a really great sign-up for them as well. They usually do bring a few sports stars into it, and I think she's a really, really good one for them to have. We don't know who she's partnered with yet. We don't find any of that out until September when it launches, but she's the 6th, and she joins the likes of Kate Adams from Loose Women. We've got Will Mellor from two Pints of Lager and a Packet of Crisps. Kim Marsh from Hearsay, she's in it, and also Richie Anderson, who's kind of one of the lesser-known ones. So he's from BBC Radio 2. He presents a lot with Zoe Ball, but that's what they do with Strictly. I think with a lot of these big shows, they have this whole range of really well-known people and then some kind of up-and-coming stars as well.
It's going to be interesting with Ellie Simmons, and let's not sugarcoat it in a way because I don't know quite how what her actual condition is and how you describe it, but she is a small person.
Yes.
It's very difficult to know what is the right thing to say, but she's a smaller person. So how then do they partner her up? Because they can't partner up with someone who is...
really tall. It's probably likely that she'll get one of the shorter male dancers to partner with. She might go with a woman, because then we know now that they do same-sex pairings. That's not come out in this release, though, so I don't think that's likely. So they'll probably partner her with whoever the shortest male dancer is and kind of make it work. And I think it would be beautiful to see that happen and really interesting to see how they work the choreography around her height. Because, I mean, if you think about it, there are people on it previously who've had, disabilities and also all body shapes and sizes as well. So I think it's like with anything, if they were super tall or super short, they'll make it work. And it would be just wonderful to see how they do that and show that dancing is for everybody.
I'm just looking up. She's patron of the Dwarf Sports Association. So dwarfism is the a term we can therefore use, I think. And I know people get a bit irritated by getting, sometimes being a bit too PC, but I think when it comes to a medical condition, you need to get it right.
Yeah.
But actually, I think this is important for people with any sort of disability.
Yeah.
Actually, just to show that this is an inclusive society.
100%. And I think the great thing about Strictly with the last one was we had Rose Ayling-Ellis, and she won, and she's deaf, and that beautiful moment when she danced and all the music went off and we went into her world for a moment. It was really, really powerful. It won TV Moment of the Year at the recent award ceremonies, and I think that's something else that we can look forward to from this, and just seeing how the world works for Ellie.
Oh, well. No, good. That'd be interesting to see,
I'm really
actually.
intrigued to see that, actually.
I went to school with James Jordan. Do you remember him?
Yeah.
I went to school with him, and no one knew he was dancing when we were about 15. I used to play tennis with him, and he couldn't hit the ball. He was certainly no match for my cross-court forehand return. But his movement behind the court was absolutely outstanding, and he took that on to a career. Yeah, he's been on GBNews a few times.
And
Ola, is he a professional dancer?
Yeah, he's married to Ola, that's it.
Yeah, he's married to Ola, and he was on Talking Pints with Nigel a couple of months ago, and they took it down to Rochester, where he's from.
Oh, right.
Would you guys do Strictly?
Would I do it? Yeah, definitely. It's the only one I'd do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't do Bugs in a Jungle or any of that.
You'd be good with all the outfits.
I'd love the outfits. I'd do it for that alone.
One of our directors, Adam, asked if I'd go into Celebrity Big Brother about 8 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, I said no. But,
why?
So why? I don't know. I wasn't a celebrity, but he said they needed someone to make up the numbers at the end.
No, why didn't you want to do it?
Oh, why? I was contracted to my previous employer. I was staff, and you wouldn't have been able to do it. And I don't think I could have come back as a credible...
It wouldn't have cleared you to do it.
No, it wouldn't. So, you've always been asked then, have you?
No.
Oh, here we go.
No, I haven't been asked, but we used to work for the same employer. They would know whether clear to do that.
No. I mean, it's a big investment of time. It's probably... I'll probably go quite far into it, I would have thought.
Yeah, obviously. Totally win. Yeah,
I'm kidding, of course.
So, modest up. Your first eviction.
First eviction,
no swearing.
Exactly.
Peter McGee, you're out.
So, no, it wasn't right. I don't think I'd fancy it, though, to be honest. If I could dance, then Strictly, but...
Can you dance?
No, leave it off. No chance.
Leave it off. You're sporty, though. I thought you'd be
Yeah, I know. No, but I can't
You do lifts and stuff.
Lifts. Yeah, elevators, yeah. But...
Oh,
Tell us about... I've forgotten his name now. You quite like him, the tennis guy.
Cameron
Norrie. Cam Norrie. He was really good at Wimbledon. Tell us about him.
Yeah, he was excellent at Wimbledon. He got to the semi-final. He's an adopted Brit, really. Grew up in New Zealand, having left South Africa at the age of 3 because his parents got their house burgled. They didn't want to stay in that environment anymore, so they moved off to New Zealand. But there is a strong British connection. His mum and dad are both British. I saw him in Eastbourne about 3 years ago, and I thought he's a bit of a talent here, but this tennis men's section is so strong. You think they're just going to get lost at some point. And he wasn't particularly young either. And so, yeah, he got to the semi-finals. He lost to Djokovic. Took a set off him though as well. I think he's going to come back. But today he was in action in the Los Cabos final. I've been to Los Cabos on holiday. Actually, it's in Mexico. Didn't meet a British person for 2 weeks. He was brilliant. No, I'm joking. So yeah, he's lost to. Let me see. He's lost to Daniel Medvedev. No, he's not. He's lost to Felix Auger-Aliassime, 6-4, 6-3, 6-3. So.
Is he the one?
No, hang on. No, that was his previous match. I'm not on form today. His previous match, and he lost to Daniel Medvedev today. Daniel Medvedev is controversial because he wasn't able to go to Wimbledon because he's Russian.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And is Cam Norrie the one for us to be watching now as the next Brit number?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's got a big ask for Andy Murray to rekindle what he did previously. And don't forget, the very top level that Murray was competing at, that's a supreme level of competition. It's amazing that Federer, Nadal, Djokovic are still going at that level. They're setting the example for blokes in their mid-20s. That never, ever used to happen. Boris Becker was done by 30.
Didn't you say they'd dominated Wimbledon for like 20 years or something? Just 3 names?
Yeah, I think...
I'm putting it on the spot now, but I think you've said that
I think if you look at all Grand Slams, I think only a handful of that over that period. Stan Wawrinka's won 3, but outside of that triumvirate and Murray, I think only about 4 or 5, no, maybe a bit more. Medvedev's won 1 as well. There are certainly not many. There's fewer than 10 in the last 20 years, I believe, have been won by anyone outside those 4. It is an imperious level of tennis. It's it's dominance like we've never seen before in the sport. We may never see it again, and they're doing it still. Federer could still come back next month. If he can recover from his knee injury. He could be 41 and still competing and going deep into Grand Slams.
I'll tell you what I find interesting about, because we often talk about how showbiz and sport mix, and certainly with things like football, showbiz and tennis doesn't mix in the same way, does it? Some of these people, some of the big tennis stars are not necessarily sort of big show-busy sort of names. It seems to be much more focused on the sport rather than the...
I think tennis is such a sport, though, that it's quite insular in a way. And so, and also when they're in these places, they're not going out partying, you know, they're not celebrating afterwards.
It doesn't look good.
It's a 12-month sport, so it doesn't really stop.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, when you have footballers and things, they have a few weeks off and they all go out partying in Ibiza and stuff, then that, like, kind of makes the news. But you're right, with tennis players, I think it's quite low-key.
Anna Kournikova was the staging post in terms of female tennis players, in fact, tennis players in general. There have been male examples as well, but she was one who got caught up in the glitz and glamour to the detriment of her career. And I think anyone coming through now, especially given the sacrifices that they made, the coaches say to them, look, do you really want to make all those sacrifices and go this far in tennis and then swap it for a showbiz lifestyle? I don't doubt that Anna Kournikova made a few quid out of it, don't get me wrong, but I think when she looks back, she may think, well, if I'd gone more serious on my tennis, instead of going out all the time and doing adverts for jewellery companies, then, you know, maybe she would have had a bigger trophy cabinet.
Although
there is less rich.
Probably. No, not necessarily.
Nick,
Well,
there's no tennis. Yeah, but his is because it's controversial.
Yes.
So he's kind of got into that because of the scandal that surrounds him more than anything, as opposed to kind of like, you know, party.
But then it could be a business decision. He may think to himself, look, I'm not going to penetrate that group of four.
Yeah.
So how am I going to make money if I can't get past those lot? Maybe I can be this good, but also do a bit of showbiz as well.
Yes.
I find with footballers, they get much more media-friendly the older they get, because they realise that the game's not going to last forever. They can be on the scrap heap at 33, they get a divorce, a bit of bad tax advice, bad business deals, you know, they get stitched up in interviews by people like me, and suddenly life looks a lot different, you know?
Look, we're out of time, you two. Thank you very much indeed for being here. Just to finish off on, because I love these simple things, Rachel in London says, for a barbecue, take a quiche. There you go. It's not a bad idea. That is it from us. Don't go anywhere, though. We've got the political correction heading your way in a couple of minutes.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking sunny for many, although some rain will affect parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland. Let's take a look at the details.
There'll be hardly a cloud in the sky across southwest England, light winds, so it feels warm. Some relief from the warmth can be found on the coasts.
Southeast England and East Anglia may see some cloud bubble up around lunchtime, but it will still be warm with temperatures already into the low 20s.
Now, on to Wales. May see a little bit of cloud for many, but it's going to be dry. Some sunny at lunchtime. Temperatures in Cardiff should hit about 20 Celsius.
The dry spell will also be continuing across the Midlands with a mix of sunny spells and a little cloud bubbling up there too. Temperatures in Birmingham will be about 19 Celsius at lunchtime.
Now, Northern England is going to see a fair bit of cloud this lunchtime, and the cloud may just be thick enough for the odd spot of rain in the far north.
The most persistent rain, though, will once again be across parts of Scotland. However, eastern parts may be largely sheltered from the rain, with some sunshine developing.
Now, a little bit of rain may also affect the north coast of Northern Ireland, but elsewhere it's going to be pretty dry, although, as you can see, often quite cloudy today.
OK, heading towards the evening, we'll see some little change with the sunnier skies across the south, and that is how the weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News.